Universal Occultism channel, new books every week. If you want to pass this knowledge on, leave a like and subscribe to the channel. The Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage by Samuel Liddell MacGregor Mathers. Link to the physical book in the first pinned comment. Introduction. Owing perhaps to the circumstance that the indispensable Baedeker accords only a 3 or 4 line notice to the Arsenal Library, but few English or American visitors to Paris are acquainted with its name, situation, or contents, though nearly all know at least by sight the Bibliothèque Nationale and the Bibliothèque Mazarine. This Library of the Arsenal, as it is now called, was founded as a private collection by Antoine-René Voyer d'Argenson, Marquis de Paulny, and was first opened to the public on the 9th Floréal, in the 5th year of the French Republic, or just a century ago. This Marquis de Paulny was born in the year 1722, died in 1787, and was successively Minister of War and Ambassador to Switzerland, to Poland, and to the Venetian Republic. His later years were devoted to the formation of this library, said to be one of the richest private collections known. It was acquired in 1785 by the Comte d'Artois, and today belongs to the state. It is situated on the right bank of the Seine in the Rue de Sully, near the river, and not far from the Place de la Bastille, and is known as the Arsenal Library. In round numbers, it now possesses 700,000 printed books, and about 8,000 manuscripts, many of them being of considerable value. Among the latter is this book of the Sacred Magic of Abramelin, as delivered by Abraham the Jew unto his son Lamech, which I now give to the public in printed form for the first time. Many years ago I heard of the existence of this manuscript from a celebrated occultist, since dead, and more recently my attention was again called to it by my personal friend, the well-known French author, lecturer, and poet Jules Bois, whose attention has been for some time turned to occult subjects. My first mentioned informant told me that it was known both to Bulwer Lytton and Eliphas Levi, that the former had based part of his description of the sage Rosicrucian Mejner on that of Abramelin, while the account of the so-called observatory of Sir Philip Derval in The Strange Story was to an extent copied from and suggested by that of the magical oratory in Terrace, given in the 11th chapter of the 2nd book of this present work. Certainly also the manner of instruction applied by Mejner in Zanoni to the neophyte Glyndon, together with the test of leaving him alone in his abode to go on a short journey and then returning unexpectedly, is closely similar to that employed by Abramelin to Abraham, with this difference, that the latter successfully passed through that test while Glyndon failed. It would also be especially such experiments as those described at length in the 3rd book, which the author of The Strange Story had in view when he makes Sir Philip Derval in the manuscript's history of his life speak of certain hooks describing occult experiments, some of which he had tried and to his surprise found succeed. This rare and unique manuscript of the Sacred Magic of Abramelin, from which the present work is translated, is a French translation from the original Hebrew of Abraham the Jew. It is in the style of script usual at about the end of the 17th and beginning of the 18th centuries, and is apparently by the same hand as another manuscripts of the Magic of Picatrix also in the Arsenal Library. I know of no other existing copy or replica of this Sacred Magic of Abramelin, not even in the British Museum, whose enormous collection of occult manuscripts I have very thoroughly studied. Neither have I ever heard by traditional report of the existence of any other copy. In giving it now to the public, I feel, therefore, that I am conferring a real benefit upon English and American students of occultism, by placing within their reach for the first time a magical work of such importance from the occult standpoint. The manuscript is divided into 3 books, each with its separate title page, surrounded by an ornamental border of simple design, in red and black ink, and which is evidently not intended to be symbolical in the slightest degree, but is simply the work of a conscientious calligraphist wishing to give an appearance of cleanness and completeness to the title page. The wording of each is the same. Book I of the Sacred Magic that God gave to Moises, Aaron, David, Solomon and other holy patriarchs and prophets, which teaches the true divine wisdom left by Abraham to Lamech his son, translated from the Hebrew 1458. I give the translated title at the commencement of each of the 3 books. On the flyleaf of the original manuscripts is the following note in the handwriting of the end of the 18th century. This volume contains 3 books, of which here is the first. The Abraham and the Lamech, of whom there is here made question, were Jews of the 15th century, and it is well known that the Jews of that period possessing the Kabbalah of Solomon passed for being the best sorcerers and astrologers. Then follows in another and recent hand. June, 1883. The style of the French employed in the text of the manuscripts is somewhat vague and obscure, 2 qualities unhappily heightened by the almost entire absence of any attempt at punctuation, and the comparative rarity of paragraphic arrangement. Even the full stop at the close of a sentence is usually omitted. Neither is the commencement of a fresh one marked by a capital letter. The following example is taken from near the end of the 3rd book. This is why the first thing you must do, mainly with familiar spirits, is to command them never to tell you anything twice, except when you question them, unless it is to warn you of things concerning your utility or your prejudice. Because if you do not limit their speech, they will tell you so many great things that they will confuse your understanding, and you will not know what to make of it, so that in the confusion of things they could lead you astray and cause you to fall into irreparable mistakes. Never hesitate in anything where you can help and assist your neighbor, and do not wait for him to ask you, but try to know deeply, etc. This extract may be said to give a fair idea of the average quality of the French. The style, however, of the first book is much more colloquial than that of the second and third, it being especially addressed by Abraham to Lamech, his son, and the second person singular being employed throughout it. As some English readers may be ignorant of the fact, it is perhaps as well here to remark that in French too, thou is only used between very intimate friends and relations, between husband and wife, lovers, etc., while you is the more usual mode of address to the world in general. Again, in sacred books, in prayers, etc., vous is used, where we employ thou as having a more solemn sound than tu. Hence the French verb tutoyer, to be very familiar with, to be on extremely friendly terms with anyone, and even to be insolently familiar. This first book contains advice concerning magic and a description of Abraham's travels and experiences, as well as a mention of the many marvelous works he had been able to accomplish by means of this system of sacred magic. The second and third books differ in style from the former, the phraseology is quaint and at times vague, and the second person plural vous is employed for the most part instead of tu. The work may then be thus roughly classified. First book, Advice and Autobiography, both addressed by the author to his son Lamech. Second book, General and complete description of the means of obtaining the magical powers desired. Third book, the application of these powers to produce an immense number of magical results. Though the chapters of the second and third books have special headings in the actual text, those of the first book have none, wherefore in the table of contents I have supplemented this defect by a careful analysis of their subject matter. This system of sacred magic Abraham acknowledges to have received from the mage Abramelin, and claims to have himself personally and actually wrought most of the wonderful effects described in the third book, and many others besides. Who then was this Abraham the Jew? It is possible, though there is no mention of this in the manuscript, that he was a descendant of that Abraham the Jew who wrote the celebrated alchemical work on 21 pages of bark or papyrus, which came into the hands of Nicholas Flamel, and by whose study the latter is said eventually to have attained the possession of the Stone of the Wise. The only remains of the Church of St. Jacques Delaware La Boucherie which exists at the present day is the tower, which stands near the Place du Châtelet, about 10 minutes' walk from the Arsenal Library, and there is yet a street near this tower which bears the title of Rue Nicolas Flamel, so that his memory still survives in Paris, together with that of the church close to which he lived, and to which, after the attainment of the Philosopher's Stone, he and his wife Purnell caused a handsome peristyle to be erected. From his own account, the author of the present work appears to have been born in 1362 after Christ, and to have written this manuscript for his son Lamech in 1458, being then in his 96th year. That is to say, that he was the contemporary both of Nicholas Flamel and Purnell, and also of the mystical Christian Rosenkreutz, the founder of the celebrated Rosicrucian order or fraternity in Europe. Like the latter, he appears to have been very early seized with the desire of obtaining magical knowledge. Like him and Flamel, he left his home and traveled in search of the initiated wisdom. Like them both, he returned to become a worker of wonders. At this period, it was almost universally believed that the secret knowledge was only really obtainable by those who were willing to quit their home and their country to undergo dangers and hardships in its quest. And this idea even obtains to an extent in the present day. The life of the late Madame Blavatsky is an example in point. This period in which Abraham the Jew lived was one in which magic was almost universally believed in, and in which its professors were held in honor. Faust, Cornelius Agrippa, Sir Michael Scott, and many others I could name are examples of this, not to mention the celebrated Dr. Dee in a later age. The history of this latter sage, his association with Sir Edward Kelly, and the part he took in the European politics of his time are too well known to need description here. That Abraham the Jew was not one whit behind any of these magicians in political influence is evident to one who peruses this work. He stands a dim and shadowy figure behind a tremendous complication of Central European upheaval at that terrible and instructive epoch, as adepts of his type always appear and always have appeared upon the theater of history in great crises of nations. The age which could boast simultaneously three rival claimants to the direction of two of the greatest levers of the society of that era, the papacy and the Germanic Empire, when the jealousies of rival bishoprics, the overthrow of dynasties, the Roman Church shaken to her foundations, sounded in Europe the tocsin of that fearful struggle which invariably precedes social reorganization, that wild whirlwind of national convulsion which engulfs in its vortex the civilization of a yesterday. But, to prepare the reconstitution of a morrow. The enormous historical importance of such men as our author is always underrated, generally doubted, notwithstanding that, like the writing on the wall at Belshazzar's feast, their manifestation in the political and historical arena is like the warning of a mean tekel upwarsen to a foolish and undiscerning world. The full and true history of any adept could only be written by himself, and even then, if brought before the eyes of the world at large, how many persons would lend credence to it? And even the short and incomplete statement of the notable events of our author's life contained in the first book will be to most readers utterly incredible of belief. But what must strike all alike is the tremendous faith of the man himself, as witnessed by his many and dangerous journeyings for so many years through wild and savage regions and places difficult of access even in our own day with all the increased facilities of transit which we enjoy. This faith at length brought him its reward, though only at the moment when even he was becoming discouraged and sick at heart with disappointed hope. Like his great namesake, the forefather of the Hebrew race, he had not in vain left his home, his Ur of the Chaldees, that he might at length discover that light of initiated wisdom, for which his soul had cried aloud within him for so many years. This culmination of his wanderings was his meeting with Abramelin, the Egyptian mage. From him he received that system of magical instruction and practice which forms the body of the second and third books of this work. In the manuscript original this name is spelt in several different ways. I have noted this in the text wherever it occurs. The variations are Abramelin, 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 and Abramelin. From these I have selected the orthography Abramelin to place on the title page, and I have adhered to the same in this introduction. As far as can be gathered from the text, the chief place of residence of Abraham, the Jew, after his travels was Würzburg, or, as it was called in the Middle Ages, Herbipolis. He appears to have married his cousin, and by her to have had 2 sons, the elder named Joseph, whom he instructed in the mysteries of the Holy Kabbalah, and Lamech, the younger, to whom he bequeaths this system of sacred magic as a legacy, and to whom the whole of the first book is addressed. He speaks further of 3 daughters, to each of whom he gave 100,000 golden florins as a dowry. He expressly states that he obtained both his wife and a treasure of 3,000,000 golden florins by means of some of the magical operations described in the 3rd book. He further admits that his first inclination to Kabbalistical and magical studies was owing to certain instructions in the secrets of the Kabbalah, which he received when young from his father, Simon, so that after the death of the latter his most earnest desire was to travel in search of an initiated master. To the sincere and earnest student of occultism this work cannot fail to be of value, whether as an encouragement to that most rare and necessary quality, unshaken faith, as an aid to his discrimination between true and false systems of magic, or as presenting an assemblage of directions for the production of magical effects, which the author of the book affirms to have tried with success. Especially valuable are the remarks of Abraham the Jew on the various professors of the art which none may name in the course of his wanderings and travels, the account of the many wonders he worked, and, above all, the careful classification of the magical experiments in the 3rd book, together with his observations and advice thereon. Not least in interest are the many notable persons of that age for or against whom he performed marvels. The Emperor Sigismund of Germany, Count Frederick the Quarreler, the Bishop of his city, the Count of Warwick, Henry VI of England, the rival popes, John 23, Martin 5, Gregory 12, and Benedict 13, the Council of Constance, the Duke of Bavaria, Duke Leopold of Saxony, the Greek Emperor Constantine Palaiologos, and probably the Archbishop Albert of Magdeburg, and also some of the Hussite leaders, a roll of names celebrated in the history of that stirring time. Considering the era in which our author lived, and the nation to which he belonged, he appears to have been somewhat broad in his religious views, for not only does he insist that this sacred system of magic may be attained by anyone, whether Jew, Christian, Mahometan, or pagan, but he also continually warns Lamech against the error of changing the religion in which one has been brought up, and he alleges this circumstance as the reason of the occasional failures of the magician Joseph of Paris, namely that having been brought up a Christian, he had renounced that faith and become a Jew. At first sight it does not seem clear from the occult point of view what particular occult disadvantage should be attached to such a line of action. But we must remember that in his age, the conversion to another religion invariably meant an absolute, solemn and thorough renunciation and denial of any truth in the religion previously professed by the convert. Herein would be the danger, because whatever the errors, corruption, or mistakes in any particular form of religion, all are based on and descended from the acknowledgement of supreme divine powers. Therefore, to deny any religion would be equivalent to denying formally and ceremonially the truths on which it was originally founded, so that whenever a person having once done this should begin to practice the operations of the sacred magic, he would find himself compelled to affirm with his whole will force those very formulas which he had at one time magically and ceremonially denied, and whenever he attempted to do this, the occult law of reaction would raise as a ceremonial obstacle against the effect which he should wish to produce, the memory of that ceremonial denial which his previous renunciation had firmly sealed in his atmosphere. And the force of this would be in exact proportion to the manner and degree in which he had renounced his former creed. For of all hindrances to magical action, The very greatest and most fatal is unbelief, for it checks and stops the action of the will. Even in the commonest natural operations we see this. No child could learn to walk, no student could assimilate the formulas of any science, were the impracticability and impossibility of so doing the first thing in his mind. Wherefore it is that all adepts and great teachers of religion and of magic have invariably insisted on the necessity of faith. But though apparently more broad in view in admitting the excellence of every religion, unfortunately he shows the usual injustice to and jealousy of women which has distinguished men for so many ages, and which as far as I can see arises purely and simply from an innate consciousness that were women once admitted to compete with them on any plane without being handicapped as they have been for so many centuries, the former would speedily prove their superiority, as the Amazons of old did, which latter when overcome were conquered by superior numbers, not by superior valor. However, Abraham the Jew grudgingly admits that the sacred magic may he attained by a virgin, while at the same time dissuading anyone from teaching it to her. The numerous advanced female occult students of the present day are the best answer to this. But notwithstanding the forementioned shortcomings, his advice on the manner of using magical power, when acquired to the honor of God, the welfare and relief of our neighbor, and for the benefit of the whole animate creation, is worthy of the highest respect, and no one can peruse it without feeling that his highest wish was to act up to his belief. His counsel, however, of a retired life after attaining magical power by his system is not borne out by his own account of his life, wherein we find him so constantly involved in the contests and convulsions of the time. Also, however much the life of a hermit or anchorite may appear to be advocated, we rarely, if ever, find it followed by those adepts whom I may perhaps call the initiated and wonder-working medium between the great concealed adepts and the outer world. An example of the former class we may find in our author, an example of the latter in Abramelin. The particular scheme or system of magic advocated in the present work is to an extent sui generis, but to an extent only. It is rather the manner of its application which makes it unique. In magic, that is to say, the science of the control of the secret forces of nature, there have always been two great schools, the one great in good, the other in evil, the former the magic of light, the latter that of darkness, the former usually depending on the knowledge and invocation of the angelic natures, the latter on the method of evocation of the demonic races. Usually the former is termed white magic as opposed to the latter or black magic. The invocation of angelic forces, then, is an idea common in works of magic, as also are the ceremonies of pact with and submission to the evil spirits. The system, however, taught in the present work is based on the following conception: that the good spirits and angelic powers of light are superior in power to the fallen spirits of darkness. That these latter as a punishment have been condemned to the service of the initiates of the magic of light. As a consequence of this doctrine, all ordinary material effects and phenomena are produced by the labor of the evil spirits under the command usually of the good. That consequently whenever the evil demons can escape from the control of the good, there is no evil that they will not work by way of vengeance. That therefore sooner than obey man, they will try to make him their servant, by inducing him to conclude pacts and agreements with them. That to further this project, they will use every means that offers to obsess him. That in order to become an adept, therefore, and dominate them, the greatest possible firmness of will, purity of soul and intent, and power of self-control is necessary. That this is only to be attained by self-abnegation on every plane. That man, therefore, is the middle nature and natural controller of the middle nature between the angels and the demons, and that therefore to each man is attached naturally both a guardian angel and a malevolent demon, and also certain spirits that may become familiars, so that with him it rests to give the victory unto the which he will. That, therefore, in order to control and make service of the lower and evil, the knowledge of the higher and good is requisite. From this it results that the magnum opus propounded in this work is, by purity and self-denial to obtain the knowledge of and conversation with one's guardian angel, so that thereby and thereafter we may obtain the right of using the evil spirits for our servants in all material matters. This, then, is the system of the secret magic of Abramelin, the mage, as taught by his disciple Abraham the Jew, and elaborated down to the smallest points. Except in the professed black magic grimoires, the necessity of the invocation of the divine and angelic forces to control the demons is invariably insisted upon in the operations of evocation described and taught in medieval magical manuscripts and published works. So that it is not so much, as I have before said, this circumstance, as the mode of its development by the 6 moons preparation, which is unusual, while again the thorough and complete classification of the demons with their offices, and of the effects to be produced by their services, is not to be found elsewhere. Apart from the interest attaching to the description of his travels, the careful manner in which Abraham has made note of the various persons he had met professing to be in the possession of magical powers, what they really could do and could not do, and the reasons of the success or failure of their experiments, has a particular value of its own. The idea of the employment of a child as clairvoyant in the invocation of the guardian angel is not unusual, for example, in the Mendal, a style of Oriental divination familiar to all readers of Wilkie Collins' novel, The Moonstone. Ink is poured into the palm of a child's hand, who, after certain mystical words being recited by the operator, beholds visions clairvoyantly therein. The celebrated evocation at which the great medieval sculptor, Benvenuto Cellini, is said to have assisted, also was in part worked by the aid of a child as seer. Cagliostro also is said to have availed himself of the services of children in this particular. But for my part one cannot understand the imperative necessity of the employment of a child in the angelic evocation, if the operator be pure in mind, and has developed the clairvoyant faculty which is latent in every human being, and which is based on the utilization of the thought vision. This thought vision is exercised almost unconsciously by everyone in thinking of either a place, person, or thing which they know well. Immediately coincident with the thought, the image springs before the mental sight, and it is but the conscious and voluntary development of this which is the basis of what is commonly called clairvoyance. Among the Highlanders of Scotland, the faculty, as is well known, is of common manifestation, and by the English it is usually spoken of as second sight. Unfortunately, like far too many modern occultists, Abraham the Jew shows a marked intolerance of magical systems differing from his own. Even the renowned name of Petrus Diabano is not sufficient to save the Heptameron or magical elements from condemnation in the concluding part of the 3rd book. Works on magic, written conjurations, pentacles, seals, and symbols, the employment of magical circles, the use of any language but one's mother tongue, appear at first sight to be damned wholesale, though on a more careful examination of the text I think we shall find that it is rather their abuse through ignorance of their meaning which he intends to decry, than their intelligent and properly regulated use. It will be well here to carefully examine these points from the occult standpoint of an initiate, and for the benefit of real students. Abraham in several places insists that the basis of this system of sacred magic is to be found in the Kabbalah. Now, he expressly states that he has instructed his eldest son, Joseph, herein as being his right by primogeniture, even as he himself had received somewhat of Kabbalistic instruction from his father, Simon. But this system magic he bequeaths to his younger son, Lamech, expressly as a species of recompense to him for not being taught the Kabbalah, his status as a younger son being apparently a serious traditional disqualification. This being so, the reason is evident why he warns Lamech against the use of certain seals, pentacles, incomprehensible words, etc., because most of these being based on the secrets of the Kabbalah, their use by a person ignorant hereof might be excessively dangerous through the not only possible but probable perversion of the secret formulas therein contained. Any advanced student of occultism who is conversant with medieval works on magic, whether manuscripts or printed, knows the enormous and incredible number of errors in the sigils, pentacles, and Hebrew or Chaldee names, which have arisen from ignorant transcription and reproduction, this being carried to such an extent that in some cases the use of the distorted formulas given would actually have the effect of producing the very opposite result to that expected from them. Wherefore Abraham the Jew, it appears to me, in his anxiety to save his son from dangerous errors in magical working, has preferred to endeavor to fill him with contempt for any other systems and methods of operation than the one here laid down. For also besides the unintentional perversions of magical symbols I have above mentioned, there was further the circumstance not only possible but probable of the many black magic grimoires falling into his hands, as they evidently had into Abraham's, the symbols in which are in many cases intentional perversions of divine names and seals, so as to attract the evil spirits and repel the good. For the third book of this work is crowded with Kabbalistic squares of letters, which are simply so many pentacles, and in which the names employed are the very factors which make them of value. Among them we find a form of the celebrated satyr, Arepo, Tenet, Opera, Rhodas, which is one of the pentacles in the key of Solomon. Abraham's formula is slightly different. Salam, Arepo, Lemel, Opera Molus, and is to be used for obtaining the love of a maiden. The pentacle in my key of Solomon, the king, is classed under Saturn, while the above is applied to the nature of Venus. In the key of Solomon it is inscribed within a double circle, wherein is written the following versicle from Psalm 72:8. His dominion shall be also from the one sea unto the other, and from the flood unto the world's end. In the Hebrew, this versicle consists of exactly 25 letters, the number of the letters of the square. It will be at once noticed that both this form and that given by Abraham the Jew are perfect examples of double acrostics, that is, that they read in every direction, whether horizontal or perpendicular, whether backwards or forwards. But the form given as a pentacle in the key of Solomon the king is there said to be of value in adversity, and for repressing the pride of the spirits. This example therefore shows clearly that it is not so much the use of symbolic pentacles that Abraham is opposed to, as their ignorant perversions and inappropriate use. It is also to be observed that while many of the symbolic squares of letters of the third book present the nature of the double acrostic, there are also many which do not, and in the case of a great number the letters do not fill up the square entirely, but are arranged somewhat in the form of a gnomon, etc. Others again leave the center part of the square blank. In Appendix C to the introduction I will, for the sake of comparison, give some examples of angelic invocation taken from other sources. Abraham the Jew repeatedly admits, as I have before urged, that this particular system of the sacred magic of Abramelin has its basis in the Kabbalah. It is well to examine what is here meant. The Kabbalah itself is divided into many parts. The great bulk of it is of a mystic doctrinal nature, giving the inner occult meaning to the Jewish sacred writings. Also it employs the numerical values of the Hebrew letters to draw analogies between words, the total numerical value of whose letters is the same. This branch alone is a most complicated study, and it will be foreign to our purpose to go into it here, the more so as my work, The Kabbalah Unveiled, treats at length of all these points. The so-called practical Kabbalah is the application of the mystic teachings to the production of magical ejects. For the classification of divine and angelic names, of hosts and orders of angels, spirits, and demons, of particular names of archangels, angels, intelligences, and demons, is to be found carried out even to minute detail in the Kabbalah, so that the knowledge hereof can give a critical appreciation of the correspondences, sympathies, and antipathies obtaining in the invisible world. Therefore, what Abraham means is that this system of sacred magic is thoroughly reliable, because correct in all its attributions, and that this being so, There is no chance of the operator using names and formulas on wrong occasions and in error. But also it is notable that Abraham the Jew speaks only of two great classes of spirits. The angels and the devils, the former to control, the latter to be controlled, and leaves entirely out of consideration, or rather does not describe that vast race of beings, the elemental spirits, who in themselves comprise an infinitude of various divisions of classification, some of these being good, some evil, and a great proportion neither the one nor the other. Evidently, also, many of the results proposed to be attained in the third book would imply the use of the elemental spirits rather than that of the demons. No advanced adept, such as Abraham evidently was, could possibly be ignorant of their existence, power, and value, and we are therefore forced to conclude either that he was unwilling to reveal this knowledge to Lamech, or, which is infinitely more probable, that he feared to confuse him by the large amount of additional instruction which would be necessary to make him thoroughly understand their classification, nature, and offices. This latter line of action would be the less imperative, as the correctness of the symbols of the third book would minimize chances of error, and what Abraham is undertaking to teach Lamech is how to arrive at practical magical results, rather than the secret wisdom of the Kabbalah. It is entirely beyond the scope of this introduction for me to give here any lengthy dissertation on the natures, good or evil, of spiritual beings. I will therefore only state briefly and concisely the principal differences between angels, elementals, and devils. We may then conclude that angels, though themselves divided into numerous orders and classes, possess generally the following characteristics: that they are entirely good in nature and operation, the conscient administrators of the divine will upon the plane of the material universe, that they are responsible, not irresponsible agents, and therefore capable of fall, and that they are independent of the currents of the infinite secret forces of nature, and can therefore act beyond them, though their classification and qualities will cause them to be more sympathetic with certain among these forces than with the rest, and this in varying degree. Also that they are superior in power to men, spirits, elementals, and devils. The elementals, on the other hand, though consisting of an infinitude of classes, are the forces of the elements of nature, the administrators of the currents thereof, and can therefore never act beyond and independently of their own particular currents. In a sense, therefore, they are irresponsible for the action of a current as a whole, though responsible for the part thereof in which they immediately act. Therefore also they are at the same time subject to the general current of the force, wherein they live, move, and have their being, though superior to the immediate and particular part of it which they direct. Such races, superior to man in intuition and magical powers, inferior to him in other ways, superior to him in their power in a particular current of an element, inferior to him in only partaking of the nature of that one element, are of necessity to be found constantly recurring in all the mythologies of antiquity. The dwarfs and elves, the Scandinavians, the nymphs, hamadryads, and nature spirits of the Greeks, the fairies good and bad of the legends dear to our childish days, the host of mermaids, satyrs, fauns, sylphs, and fays, the forces intended to be attracted and propitiated by the fetishes of the Negro race, are for the most part no other thing than the ill-understood manifestations of this great class, the elementals. Among these, some, as I have before observed, are good. Such are the salamanders, undines, sylphs, and gnomes of the Rosicrucian philosophy. Many are frightfully malignant, delighting in every kind of evil, and might easily be mistaken for devils by the uninitiated, save that their power is less. A great proportion are neither good nor evil, irrationally working either, just as a monkey or a parrot might act. In fact, such closely resemble animals in their nature, and especially combinations of animals in which forms distorted and mingled would lie their symbolic manifestation. Another very large class would not act irrationally in this manner, but with intent, only always following the predominant force, either good or evil, in their then entourage. A spirit of this kind, for example, attracted into an assembly of good persons would endeavor to excite their ideas towards good. Attracted among evil-minded persons would incite them mentally to crime. Among how many criminals is not their only excuse that they thought they kept hearing something telling them to commit the crime? Yet these suggestions would not always arise from elementals alone, but frequently from the depraved astral remnants of deceased evil persons. Devils, on the other hand, are far more powerful than elementals, but their action for evil is parallel to that of the good angels for good, and their malignancy is far more terrible than that of the evil elementals, for not being, like them, subjected to the limits of a certain current, their sphere of operation extends over a far greater area, while the evil they commit is never irrational or mechanical, but worked with full consciousness and intent. I do not agree entirely with the manner of behavior advised by Abraham towards the spirits. On the contrary, the true initiates have always maintained that the very greatest courtesy should be manifested by the exorciser, and that it is only when they are obstinate and recalcitrant that severe measures should be resorted to, and that even with the devils we should not reproach them for their condition, seeing that a contrary line of action is certain to lead the magician into error. But perhaps Abraham has rather intended to warn Lamech against the danger of yielding to them in an exorcism even in the slightest degree. The word demon is evidently employed in this work almost as a synonym of devil, but, as most educated people are aware, it is derived from the Greek daimon, which anciently simply meant any spirit, good or bad. A work filled with suggestive magical references is the well-known Arabian Nights, and it is interesting to notice the number of directions in the third book of this work for producing similar effects to those there celebrated. For example, the 9th chapter of the third book gives the symbols to be employed for changing human beings into animals, one of the commonest incidents in the Arabian Nights, as in the story of the first old man and the hind, that of the 3 calendars and the 5 ladies of Baghdad, that of Bedr and Jauher, etc., etc., as distinct from the voluntary transformation of the magician into another form, as exemplified in the story of the 2nd calendar, the symbols for which are given in the 21st chapter of our third book. Again, these chapters will recall to many of my readers the extraordinary magical effects which Faust is said to have produced, who, by the way, as I have before remarked, was in all probability contemporary with Abraham the Jew. But the mode of their production as given in this work is not the black magic of pact and devil worship, against which our author so constantly inveighs, but instead a system of Kabbalistic magic, similar to that of the key of Solomon the king and the clavicles of Rabbi Solomon, though differing in the circumstance of the prior invocation of the guardian angel once for all, while in the works I have just mentioned the angels are invoked in each evocation by means of the magical circle. Such works as these, then, and their like, it could not be the intention of Abraham to decry, seeing that like his system they are founded on the secret knowledge of the Kabbalah, as this in its turn was derived from that mighty scheme of ancient wisdom, the initiated magic of Egypt. For to any deep student at the same time of the Kabbalah and of modern Egyptology, the root and origin of the former is evidently to be sought in that country of mysteries, the home of the gods whose symbols and classification formed so conspicuous a part of the sacred rites, and from which even to the present day so many recipes of magic have descended. For we must make a very careful distinction between the really ancient Egyptian magic and the Arabian ideas and traditions prevailing in Egypt in recent times. I think it is the learned Lenormand who points out in his work on Chaldean magic that the great difference between this and the Egyptian was that the magician of the former school indeed invoked the spirits, but that the latter allied himself with and took upon himself the characters and names of the gods to command the spirits by, in his exorcism, which latter mode of working would not only imply on his part a critical knowledge of the nature and power of the gods, but also the affirmation of his reliance upon them, and his appeal to them for aid to control the forces evoked, in other words, the most profound system of white magic which it is possible to conceive. The next point worthy of notice is what Abraham urges regarding the preferability of employing one's mother tongue both in prayer and evocation. His chief reason being the absolute necessity of comprehending utterly and thoroughly with the whole soul and heart that which the lips are formulating. While fully admitting the necessity of this, I yet wish to state some reasons in favor of the employment of a language other than one's own. Chief and first, that it aids the mind to conceive the higher aspect of the operation, when a different language and one looked upon as sacred is employed, and the phrases in which do not therefore suggest matters of ordinary life. Next, that Hebrew, Chaldee, Egyptian, Greek, Latin, etc., if properly pronounced, are more sonorous in vibration than most modern languages, and from that circumstance can suggest greater solemnity. Also that the farther a magical operation is removed from the commonplace, the better. But I perfectly agree with Abraham that it is before all things imperative that the operator should thoroughly comprehend the import of his prayer or conjuration. Furthermore, the words in these ancient languages imply formulas of correspondences with more ease than those of the modern ones. Pentacles and symbols are valuable as an equilibrated and fitting basis for the reception of magical force, but unless the operator can really attract that force to them, they are nothing but so many dead, and to him worthless, diagrams. But used by the initiate who fully comprehends their meaning, they become to him a powerful protection and aid, seconding and focusing the workings of his will. At the risk of repeating what I have elsewhere said, I must caution the occult student against forming a mistaken judgment from what Abraham the Jew says regarding the use of magic circles and of licensing the spirits to depart. It is true that in the convocation of the spirits as laid down by him, it is not necessary to form a magic circle for defense and protection. But why? Because the whole group of the bedchamber, oratory, and terrace are consecrated by the preparatory ceremonies of the previous 6 moons, so that the whole place is protected, and the magician is, as it were, residing constantly within a magic circle. Therefore also the licensing to depart may be to a great extent dispensed with, because the spirits cannot break into the consecrated limit of the periphery of the walls of the house. But let the worker of ordinary evocations be assured that were this not so, and the convocation was performed in an unconsecrated place, without any magical circle having been traced for defense, the invocation to visible appearance of such fearful potencies as Abramelin, Aegon, and Beelzebub would probably result in the death of the exorcist on the spot, such death presenting the symptoms of one arising from epilepsy, apoplexy, or strangulation, varying with the conditions obtaining at the time. Also the circle having been once formed, let the evocator guard carefully against either passing or stooping or leaning beyond its limits during the progress of the exorcism, before the license to depart has been given. Because that, even apart from other causes, the whole object and effect of the circle working is to create abnormal atmospheric conditions by exciting a different status of force within the circle to that which exists without it, so that even without any malignant occult action of the spirits, the sudden and unprepared change of atmosphere will seriously affect the exorciser in the intensely strained state of nervous tension he will then be in. Also the license to depart should not be omitted, because the evil forces will be only too glad to revenge themselves on the operator for having disturbed them, should he incautiously quit the circle without having previously sent them away, and if necessary even force them to go by contrary conjurations. I do not share Abraham's opinion as to the necessity of withholding the operation of this sacred magic from a prince or potentate. Every great system of occultism has its own occult guards, who will know how to avenge mistaken tampering therewith. At the risk of repeating myself, I will once more earnestly caution the student against the dangerous automatic nature of certain of the magical squares of the 3rd book. For, if left carelessly about, they are very liable to obsess sensitive persons, children, or even animals. Abraham's remarks concerning the errors of astrology in the common sense, and of the attribution of the planetary hours are worthy of careful note. Yet I have found the ordinary attribution of the planetary hours effective to an extent. In all cases where there is anything difficult or obscure in the text, I have added copious explanatory notes, so many indeed as to form a species of commentary in parts. Especially have those on the names of the spirits cost me incredible labor, from the difficulty of identifying their root forms. The same may be said of those on the symbols of the third book. Wherever I have employed parentheses in the actual text, they shew certain words or phrases supplied to make the meaning clearer. In conclusion, I will only say that I have written this explanatory introduction purely and solely as a help to genuine occult students, and that for the opinion of the ordinary literary critic who neither understands nor believes in occultism, I care nothing. 87 Mozart Street, Auteuil, Paris. The first book. Prologue. Although this first book serveth rather for prologue than for the actual rules to acquire this divine and sacred magic, nevertheless, O Lamech, my son, thou wilt therein find certain examples and other matters which will be none the less useful and profitable unto thee than the precepts and dogmas which I shall give thee in the second and third books. Wherefore thou shalt not neglect the study of this first book, which shall serve thee for an introduction unto the veritable and sacred magic, and unto the practice of that which I, Abraham, the son of Simon, have learned in part from my father, and in part also from other wise and faithful men, and which I have found true and real, having submitted it unto proof and experiment. And having written this with mine own hand, I have placed it within this casket, and locked it up as a most precious treasure, in order that when thou hast arrived at a proper age thou mayest be able to admire, to consider, and to enjoy the marvels of the Lord, as well as thine elder brother Joseph, who, as the firstborn, hath received from me the holy tradition of the Kabbalah. Chapter 1. Lamech, if thou wishest to know the reason wherefore I give unto thee this book, it is that if thou considerest thy condition, which is that of being a last-born son, thou shalt know wherefore it appertaineth unto thee, and I should commit a great error should I deprive thee of that grace which God hath given unto me with so much profusion and liberality. I will then make every effort to avoid and to fly prolixity of words in this first book, having alone in view the ancientness of this venerable and indubitable science. And seeing that truth hath no need of enlightenment and of exposition, she being simple and right, be thou only obedient unto all that I shall say unto thee, contenting thyself with the simplicity thereof, be thou good and upright, and thou shalt acquire more wealth than I could know how to promise unto thee. May the only and most holy God grant unto all the grace necessary to be able to comprehend and penetrate the high mysteries of the Kabbalah and of the law, but they should content themselves with that which the Lord accordeth unto them, seeing that if against his divine will they wish to fly yet higher, even as did Lucifer, this will but procure for them a most shameful and fatal fall. Wherefore it is necessary to be extremely prudent, and to consider the intention which I have had in describing this method of operation, because in consideration of thy great youth I attempt no other thing but to excite thee unto the research of this sacred magic. But the manner of acquiring the same will come later, in all its perfection, and in its proper time, for it will be taught thee by better masters than I, that is to say, by those same holy angels of God. No man is born into the world a master, and for that reason are we obliged to learn. He who applieth himself thereunto, and studieth, learneth, and a man can have no more shameful and evil title than that of being an ignorant person. Chapter 2. Therefore do I confess that I, even I also, am not born a master, neither have I invented this science of my own proper genius, but I have learned it from others in the manner which I will hereafter tell thee, and in truth. My father, Simon, shortly before his death, gave me certain signs and instructions concerning the way in which it is necessary to acquire the Holy Kabbalah, but it is however true that he did not enter into the holy mystery by the true path, and I could not know how to understand the same sufficiently and perfectly as reason demanded. My father was always contented and satisfied with such a method of understanding the same, and he sought out no further the veritable science and magical art, which I undertake to teach thee and to expound unto thee. After his death, finding myself 20 years of age, I had a very great passion to understand the true mysteries of the Lord, but of mine own strength I could not arrive at the end which I intended to attain. I learned that at Mayence there was a rabbi who was a notable sage, and the report went that he possessed in full the divine wisdom. The great desire which I had to study induced me to go to seek him in order to learn from him. But this man also had not received from the Lord the gift, and a perfect grace, because, although he forced himself to manifest unto me certain deep mysteries of the Holy Kabbalah, he by no means arrived at the goal, and in his magic he did not in any way make use of the wisdom of the Lord, but instead availed himself of certain arts and superstitions of infidel and idolatrous nations, in part derived from the Egyptians, together with images of the Medes and of the Persians, with herbs of the Arabians, together with the power of the stars and constellations, and, finally, he had drawn from every people and nation, and even from the Christians, some diabolical art. And in everything the spirits blinded him to such an extent, even while obeying him in some ridiculous and inconsequent matter, that he actually believed that his blindness and error were the veritable magic, and therefore pushed no further his research into the true and sacred magic. I also learned his extravagant experiments, and for 10 years did I remain buried in so great an error, until that after the 10 years I arrived in Egypt at the house of an ancient sage who was called Abramelin, who put me into the true path as I will declare it unto thee hereafter, and he gave me better instruction and doctrine than all the others, but this particular grace was granted me by the Almighty Father of all mercy, that is to say, Almighty God, who little by little illuminated mine understanding and opened mine eyes to see and admire, to contemplate, and search out his divine wisdom, in such a manner that it became possible unto me to further and further understand and comprehend the sacred mystery by which I entered into the knowledge of the holy angels, enjoying their sight and their sacred conversation, from whom at length I received afterwards the foundation of the veritable magic, and how to command and dominate the evil spirits. So that by way of conclusion unto this chapter one cannot say that I have otherwise received the true instruction save from Abramelin, and the true and incorruptible magic save from the holy angels of God. Chapter 3. I have already said in the preceding chapter that shortly after the death of my father, I attached myself unto the research of the true wisdom, and of the mystery of the Lord. Now in this chapter 1 will briefly mention the places and countries by which I have passed in order to endeavor to learn those things which are good. And I do this in order that it may serve thee for a rule and example not to waste thy youth in petty and useless pursuits, like little girls sitting round the fireplace. For there is nothing more deplorable and more unworthy in a man than to find himself ignorant in all circumstances. He who worketh and travelleth learneth much, and he who knoweth not how to conduct and govern himself when far from his native land, will know still less in his own house how to do so. I dwelt then, after the death of my father, for 4 years with my brothers and sisters, and I studied with care how to put to a profitable use what my father had left me after his death. And seeing that my means were insufficient to counterbalance the expenses which I was compelled to be at, after having set in order all my affairs and business as well as my strength permitted, I set out, and I went into Vormatia to Mayence, in order to find there a very aged rabbi named Moses, in the hope that I had found in him that which I sought. As I have said in the preceding chapter, his science had no foundation such as that of the true divine wisdom. I remained with him for 4 years, miserably wasting all that time there, and persuading myself that I had learned all that I wished to know, and I was only thinking of returning to my paternal home, when I casually met a young man of our sect, named Samuel, a native of Bohemia, whose manners and mode of life showed me that he wished to live, walk, and die in the way of the Lord and in his holy law, and I contracted so strong a bond of friendship with him that I showed him all my feelings and intentions, as he had resolved to make a journey to Constantinople, in order to there join a brother of his father, and thence to pass into the Holy Land wherein our forefathers had dwelt, and from the which for our very great errors and misdeeds we had been chased and cast forth by God. He, having so willed it, the moment that he had made me acquainted with his design, I felt an extraordinary desire to accompany him in his journey, and I believe that Almighty God wished by this means to awaken me, for I could take no rest until the moment that we mutually and reciprocally passed our word to each other and swore to make the voyage together. On the 13th day of February, in the year 1397, we commenced our journey, passing through Germany, Bohemia, Austria, and thence by Hungary and Greece unto Constantinople, where we remained 2 years, and I should never have quitted it, had not death taken Samuel from me at length through a sudden illness. Finding myself alone, a fresh desire for travel seized me, and so much was my heart given thereto, that I kept wandering from one place to another, until at length I arrived in Egypt, where constantly traveling for the space of 4 years in one direction and another, the more I practiced the experiments of the magic of Rabbin Moses, the less did it please me. I pursued my voyage towards our ancient country, where I fixed my residence for a year, and neither saw nor heard of any other thing but misery, calamity, and unhappiness. After this period of time, I there found a Christian who also was traveling in order to find that which I was seeking, also myself having made an agreement together. We resolved to go into the desert parts of Arabia for the search for that which we ardently desired, feeling sure that, as we had been told, there were in those places many just and very learned men, who dwelt there in order to be able to study without any hindrance, and to devote themselves unto that art for which we ourselves were seeking, but as we there found nothing equivalent to the trouble we had taken, or which was worthy of our attention, there came into my head the extravagant idea to advance no farther, but to return to my own home. I communicated my intention to my companion, but he for his part wished to follow out his enterprise and seek his good fortune, so I prepared to return. Chapter 4. On my return journey I began to reflect on the time which I had lost in traveling, and on the great expense which I had been at without any return, and without having made any acquisition of that which I wished for and which had caused me to undertake the voyage. I had, however, taken the resolution of returning to my home on quitting Arabia Deserta by way of Palestine, and so into Egypt, and I was 6 months on the way. I at length arrived at a little town called Araki, situated on the bank of the Nile, where I lodged with an old Jew named Aaron, where indeed I had already lodged before in my journey, and I communicated unto him my sentiments. He asked me how I had succeeded, and whether I had found that which I wished. I answered mournfully that I had done absolutely nothing, and I made him an exact recital of the labors and troubles which I had undergone, and my recital was accompanied by my tears which I could not help shedding in abundance, so that I attracted the compassion of the old man, and he began to try to comfort me by telling me that during my journey he had heard say that in a desert place not far from the aforesaid town of Araki dwelt a very learned and pious man whose name was Abramelin, and he exhorted me that as I had already done so much, not to fail to visit him, that perhaps the most merciful God might regard me with pity, and grant me that which I righteously wished for. It seemed to me as though I was listening to a voice, not human but celestial, and I felt a joy in mine heart such as I could not express, and I had neither rest nor intermission until Aaron found me a man who conducted me to the nearest route, by which walking upon fine sand during the space of 3 days and a half without seeing any human habitation I at length arrived at the foot of a hill of no great height, and which was entirely surrounded by trees. My guide then said, in this small wood dwelleth the man whom you seek, and having showed me the direction to take he wished to accompany me no further, and having taken his leave of me he returned home by the same route by which we had come, together with his mule which had served to carry our food. Finding myself in this situation, I could think of no other thing to do than to submit myself to the help of the divine providence by invoking his very holy name, who then granted unto me his most holy grace. For in turning my eyes in the aforementioned direction, I beheld coining towards me a venerable aged man, who saluted me in the Chaldean language in a loving manner, inviting me to go with him into his habitation, the which courtesy I accepted with an extreme pleasure, realizing in that moment how great is the providence of the Lord. The good old man was very courteous to me and treated me very kindly, and during an infinitude of days he never spake unto me of any other matter than of the fear of God, exhorting me to lead ever a well-regulated life, and from time to time warned me of certain errors which man commits through human frailty, and, further, he made me understand that he detested the acquisition of riches and goods which we were constantly employed in gaining in our towns through so severe usury exacted from, and harm wrought to our neighbor. He required from me a very solemn and precise promise to change my manner of life, and to live not according to our false dogmas, but in the way and law of the Lord. The which promise I having ever after inviolably observed, and being later on again among my relatives and other Jews, I passed among them for a wicked and foolish man. But I said in myself, let the will of God be done, and let not respect of persons turn us aside from the right path, seeing that man is a deceiver. The aforesaid Abramelin, knowing the ardent desire which I had to learn, he gave me 2 manuscript books, very similar in form unto these which I now bequeath unto thee, O Lamech, my son, but very obscure. And he told me to copy them for myself with care, which I did, and carefully examined both the one and the other. And he asked me if I had any money. I answered unto him, yes. He said unto me that he required 10 golden florins, which he must himself, according to the order which the Lord had given unto him, distribute by way of alms among 72 poor persons, who were obliged to repeat certain psalms, and having kept the feast of Saturday, which is the day of the Sabbath, he set out to go to Araki, because it was requisite that he should himself distribute the money. And he ordered me to fast for 3 days, that is to say, the Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday following, contenting myself with only a single repast in the day, wherein was to be neither blood nor dead things. Also he commanded me to make this commencement with exactness, and not to fail in the least thing, for in order to operate well it is very necessary to begin well, and he instructed me to repeat all the 7 Psalms of David one single time in these 3 days, and not to do or practice any servile operation. The day being come he set out, and took with him the money which I had given him. I faithfully obeyed him, executing from point to point that which he had ordered me to do. His return was 15 days later, and being at last arrived he ordered me the day following, before the rising of the sun, to make with great humility and devotion a general confession of all my life unto the Lord, with a true and firm proposal and resolution to serve and fear him otherwise than I had done in the past, and to wish to live and die in his most holy law, and in obedience unto him. I performed my confession with all the attention and exactitude necessary. It lasted until the going down of the sun, and the day following I presented myself unto Abramelin, who with a smiling countenance said unto me, It is thus I would ever have you. He then conducted me into his own apartment, where I took the 2 little manuscripts which I had copied, and he asked of me whether truly, and without fear, I wished for the divine science and for the true magic. I answered unto him that it was the only end and unique motive which had induced me to undertake a so long and troublesome voyage, with the view of receiving this special grace from the Lord. And I, said Abramelin, trusting in the mercy of the Lord, I grant and accord unto thee this holy science, which thou must acquire in the manner which is prescribed unto thee in the 2 little manuscript books, without omitting the least imaginable thing of their contents, and not in any way to gloss or comment upon that which may be or may not be, seeing that the artist who hath made that work is the same God who from nothingness hath created all things. Thou shalt in no way use this sacred science to offend the great God, and to work ill unto thy neighbor. Thou shalt communicate it unto no living person whom thou dost not thoroughly know by long practice and conversation, examining well whether such a person really intendeth to work for the good or for the evil. And if thou shalt wish to grant it unto him, thou shalt well observe and punctually the same fashion and manner which I have made use of with thee. And if thou doest otherwise, he who shall receive it shall draw no fruit therefrom. Keep thyself as thou wouldst from a serpent from selling this science, and from making merchandise of it, because the grace of the Lord is given unto us free and gratis, and we ought in no wise to sell the same. This veritable science shall remain in thee and thy generation for the space of 72 years, and will not remain longer in our sect. Let not thy curiosity push thee on to understand the cause of this, but figure to thyself that we are so good that our sect hath become insupportable not only to the whole human race, but even to God himself. I wished in receiving these 2 small manuscript books to throw myself on my knees before him, but he rebuked me, saying that we ought only to bend the knee before God. I avow that these 2 books were so exactly written, that thou, O Lamech my son, mayest see them after my death, and thou shalt thus recognize how much respect I have for thee. It is true that before my departure I well read and studied them, and when I found anything difficult or obscure I had recourse unto Abramelin, who with charity and patience explained it unto me. Being thoroughly instructed, I took leave of him, and having received his paternal blessing, a symbol which is not only in use among the Christians, but which was also the custom with our forefathers, I also departed, and I took the route to Constantinople, whither having arrived I fell sick, and my malady lasted for the space of 2 months. But the Lord in his mercy delivered me therefrom, so that I soon regained my strength, and finding a vessel ready to depart for Venice I embarked thereon. And I arrived there, and having rested some days I set out to go unto Trieste, where having landed, I took the road through the country of Dalmatia, and arrived at length at my paternal home, where I lived among my relatives and my brothers. Chapter 5. It is not sufficient to travel and journey abroad and see many lands, if one does not draw some useful experience therefrom. Wherefore, in order to show unto thee a good example, I will in this chapter speak of the mysteries of this art which I discovered in one way and another while traveling in the world, and also of the measure and understanding of their various sciences, while, in the 6th chapter following, I will recount the things which I have learned and seen with some among them, and whether in actual practice I found them true or false. I have already before told you that my first master had been the Rabbin Moses at Mynce, who was indeed a good man, but entirely ignorant of the true mystery and of the veritable magic. He only devoted himself to certain superstitious secrets which he had collected from various infidels, and which were full of the nonsense and foolishness of pagans and idolaters, to such an extent that the good angels and holy spirits judged him unworthy of their visits and conversation, and the evil spirits mocked him to a ridiculous extent. At times, indeed, they spake to him voluntarily and by caprice, and obeyed him in matters vile, profane, and of no account, in order the better to entrap, deceive and hinder him from searching further for the true and certain foundation of this great science. At Argentina I found a Christian called James, who was reputed as a learned and very skillful man, but his art was the art of the juggler or cup and balls player, and not that of the magician. In the town of Prague I found a wicked man named Antony, aged 25 years, who in truth showed me wonderful and supernatural things. But may God preserve us from falling into so great an error, for the infamous wretch avowed to me that he had made a pact with the demon, and had given himself over to him in body and in soul, and that he had renounced God and all the saints, while, on the other hand, the deceitful Leviathan had promised him 40 years of life to do his pleasure. He made every effort, as he was obliged to by the pact, to persuade me and drag me to the precipice of the same error and misery. But at first I kept myself apart from him, and at last I took flight. Unto this day do they sing in the streets of the terrible end which befell him. May the Lord God of his mercy preserve us from such a misfortune. This should serve us as a mirror of warning to keep far from us all evil undertakings and pernicious curiosity. In Austria I found an infinitude, but all were either ignorant or like unto the Bohemians. In the kingdom of Hungary I found but persons knowing neither God nor devil, and who were worse than the beasts. In Greece I found many wise and prudent men, but however all of them were infidels, among whom there were 3 who principally dwelt in desert places, who showed unto me great things, such as how to raise tempests in a moment, how to make the sun appear in the night, how to stop the course of rivers, and how to make night appear at midday, the whole by the power of their enchantments, and by applying superstitious ceremonies. Near Constantinople, in a place called Epheha, there was a certain man, who, instead of enchantments, made use of certain numbers which he wrote upon the earth, and by means of these he caused certain extravagant and terrifying visions to appear. But in all these arts there was no practical use, but only the loss of soul and of body, because all these only worked by particular pacts, which had no true foundation. Also all these arts demanded a very long space of time, and they were very false, and when these men were unsuccessful they had always ready 1,000 lies and excuses. In the same city of Constantinople I found 2 men of our law, namely Simon and the Rabbin Abraham, whom we may class with Rabbin Moses of Mayence. In Egypt the first time I found 5 persons who were esteemed and reputed as wise men, among whom were 4, namely Ori, Abimelech, Alcaion, and Orelak, who performed their operations by the means of the course of the stars and of the constellations, adding many diabolical conjurations and impious and profane prayers, and performing the whole with great difficulty. The 5th, named Abramelin, operated by the means and aid of demons, to whom he prepared statues and sacrificed, and thus they served him with their abominable arts. In Arabia they made use of plants, of herbs, and of stones as well precious as common. The divine mercy inspired me to return thence, and led me to Abramelin, who was he who declared unto me the secret, and opened unto me the fountain and true source of the sacred mystery, and of the veritable and ancient magic which God had given unto our forefathers. Also at Paris I found a wise man called Joseph, who, having denied the Christian faith, had made himself a Jew. This man truly practiced magic in the same manner as Abramelin, but he was very far from arriving at perfection therein, because God, who is just, never granteth the perfect, veritable, and fundamental treasure unto those who deny him, notwithstanding that in the rest of their life they might be the most holy and perfect men in the world. I am astonished when I consider the blindness of many persons who let themselves be led by evil masters, who take pleasure in falsehood, and, we may rather say, in the demon himself, giving themselves over unto sorceries and idolatries, one in one manner, another in another manner, with the result of losing their souls. But the truth is so great, the devil is so deceitful and malicious, and the world so frail and so infamous that I must admit that things cannot be otherwise. Let us then open our eyes, and follow that which I shall lay down in the following chapters, and let us not walk in another path, whether of the devil or of men, or of books which boast of their magic. For in truth I declare unto thee that I had so great a quantity of such matters written out with so much art, that had I not had these of Abramelin, I could herein have given thee those. However, it is true that just as there is only one God, that not one of these books is worth an obelisk. Yet with all this there are men so blind that they buy them at exorbitant prices, and they lose their money, their time, and their pains, and which is worse, very often their souls as well. Chapter 6. The fear of the Lord is the true wisdom, and he who hath it not can in no way penetrate the true secrets of magic. And he but buildeth upon a foundation of sand, and his building can in no way last. The Rabbin Moses persuaded me to be wise, while he himself, with words which neither he himself nor any other person understood, and with extravagant symbols made bells to sound, and while with execrable conjurations he made appear in glasses him who had committed a theft, and while he made a water causing an old man to appear young. All the which things he indeed taught me, but the whole was but vanity, low curiosity, and a pure deception of the demon, leading to no useful end imaginable, and tending to the loss of the soul. And when I had the veritable knowledge of the sacred magic, I both forgot them, and banished them from mine heart. That impious Bohemian, with the aid and assistance of his associate, performed astounding feats. He rendered himself invisible, he used to fly in the air, he used to enter through the keyholes into locked-up rooms, he knew our greatest secrets, and once he told me things which God alone could know. But his art cost him too dear, for the devil had made him swear in the pact that he would use all his secrets to the dishonor of God, and to the prejudice of his neighbor. Ultimately his body was found dragged through the streets, and his head without any tongue therein, lying in a drain. And this was all the profit he drew from his diabolical science and magic. In Austria I found an infinitude of magicians who only occupied themselves in killing and maiming men, in putting discord among married people, in causing divorces, in tying witch knots in osier or willow branches to stop the flow of milk in the breasts of nursing women, and similar infamies. But these miserable wretches had made a pact with the devil, and had become his slaves, having sworn unto him that they would work without cessation to destroy all living creatures. Some of these had 2 years to run, some 3, and after that time they underwent the same fate as the Bohemian. At Linz I worked with a young woman, who one evening invited me to go with her, assuring me that without any risk she would conduct me to a place where I greatly desired to find myself. I allowed myself to be persuaded by her promises. She then gave unto me an unguent, with which I rubbed the principal pulses of my feet and hands, the which she did also, and at first it appeared to me that I was flying in the air in the place which I wished, and which I had in no way mentioned to her. Pass over in silence and out of respect that which I saw, which was admirable, and appearing to myself to have remained there a long while, I felt as if I were just awakening from a profound sleep, and I had great pain in my head and deep melancholy. I turned round and saw that she was seated at my side. She began to recount to me what she had seen, but that which I had seen was entirely different. I was, however, much astonished, because it appeared to me as if I had been really and corporeally in the place, and there in reality to have seen that which had happened. However, I asked her one day to go alone to that same place, and to bring me back news of a friend whom I knew for certain was distant 200 leagues. She promised to do so in the space of an hour. She rubbed herself with the same unguent, and I was very expectant to see her fly away, but she fell to the ground and remained there about 3 hours as if she were dead, so that I began to think that she really was dead. At last she began to stir like a person who is waking. Then she rose to an upright position, and with much pleasure began to give me the account of her expedition, saying that she had been in the place where my friend was, and all that he was doing, the which was entirely contrary to his profession. whence I concluded that what she had just told me was a simple dream, and that this unguent was a causer of a fantastic sleep, whereon she confessed to me that this unguent had been given to her by the devil. All the arts of the Greeks are enchantments and fascinations, and the demons hold them enchained in these accursed arts, so that the foundation of the true magic may be unknown to them, which would render them more powerful than they. And I was the more confirmed in this opinion because their operations were of no practical use whatever, and caused injury unto him who put them into practice, as in fact many of them avowed plainly to me, when I had the true and sacred magic. There are also many operations which they say are handed down from the ancient Sibyls. There is an art called white and black, another angelical tedium, in which I avow that I have seen orations so learned and beautiful, that had I not known the venom therein hidden, I would have given them herein. I say all this because it is very easy to him who is not constantly upon his guard to err. One old scribbler of symbols gave me many enchantments which only tended to work evil. He performed other operations by means of numbers, which were all odd, and of a triple proportion, in no way similar to the other, and for proof of this, he caused by such means in my presence a very fine tree which was near my house to fall to the ground, and all the leaves and fruits were consumed in a very short time. And he told me that in numbers there was hidden a very great mystery, because that by the means of numbers one can perform all the operations for friendships, riches, honors, and all sorts of things, good and evil, and he assured me that he had tried them, but that yet some that he knew to be very true had not yet succeeded with him. With regard to this particular, I found out the reason through the wise Abramelin, who told me that this came and depended from a divine ministry, that is to say, from the Kabbalah, and that without that one could not succeed. All these things have I beheld, and many others, and those who possessed these secrets gave them to me out of friendship. I burned these recipes afterwards in the house of Abramelin, they being absolutely things very far removed from the will of God, and contrary to the charity which we owe unto our neighbor. Every learned and prudent man may fall if he be not defended and guided by the angel of the Lord, who aided me, and prevented me from falling into such a state of wretchedness, and who led me undeserving from the mire of darkness unto the light of the truth. I have known and felt the effects of the goodness of the wise Abramelin, who of his own free will, and before I had asked him so to do, accepted me for his disciple. And before that I had declared my wish unto him, he would accomplish and fulfill my desire, and all that I wished to obtain from him, he knew before I could open my mouth. Also he recounted to me all that I had seen, done, and suffered from the time of my father's death down to this moment, and this in words obscure and as it were prophetic, which I did not then comprehend, but which I understood later. He told me many things touching my good fortune, but, which was the principal thing, he discovered to me the source of the veritable Kabbalah, the which according to our custom, I have in turn communicated unto thine elder brother Joseph, after that he had fulfilled the requisite conditions without the accomplishment of which the Kabbalah and this sacred magic cannot be exercised, and which I will recount in the 2 following books. Afterwards he did manifest unto me the regimen of the mystery of that sacred magic which was exercised and put into practice by our forefathers and progenitors, Noah, Abraham, Jacob, Moses, David, and Solomon, among whom the last misused it, and he received the punishment thereof during his life. In the 2nd book I will describe the whole faithfully and clearly, in order that if the Lord God should wish to dispose of me before that thou shalt have attained a competent age, thou shalt find these 3 small manuscript books as forming at the same time both an inestimable treasure and a faithful master and teacher, because there are very many secrets in the symbols of the 3rd book which I have seen made experiment of with mine own eyes by Abramelin, and to be perfectly true, and which, afterwards I myself have performed. And after him I found no one who worked these things truly, and although Joseph at Paris walked in the same path, nevertheless God, as a just judge, did not in any way wish to grant unto him the sacred magic in its entirety, because he had despised the Christian law. For it is an indubitable and evident thing that he who is born Christian, Jew, pagan, Turk, infidel, or whatever religion it may be, can arrive at the perfection of this work or art and become a master, but he who hath abandoned his natural law, and embraced another religion opposed to his own, can never arrive at the summit of this sacred science. Chapter 7. God the Father of mercy, having granted unto me the grace to return safe and sound into my country, I paid unto him according to my small power some little portion of that which I owed him, thanking him for so many benefits which I had received from him, and in particular for the acquisition of the Kabbalah which I had made at the house of Abramelin. It now only remained for me to reduce to practice this sacred magic, but many things of importance and hindrances presented themselves, among the which my marriage was one of the greatest. I therefore judged it fitting to defer putting it in practice, and a principal obstacle was the inconvenience of the place in which I dwelt. I resolved to absent myself suddenly, and go away into the Hercynian forests, and there remain during the time necessary for this operation, and lead a solitary life. It was not possible for me to do it sooner for many reasons and dangers of which latter I ran a risk in that place, besides which it would be necessary to leave my wife, who was young and now enceinte. Finally, I resolved to follow the example of Abramelin, and I divided my house into 2 parts. I took another house at rent, which I in part furnished, and I gave over to one of my uncles the care of providing the necessaries of life and the needs thereof. Meanwhile I with my wife and a servant remained in my own house, and I began to accustom myself to the solitary life, which it was to me extremely difficult to support, because of the melancholic humor which dominated me, and I lived thus till the season of Easter, which I celebrated with all the family according to custom. Then first, on the following day, in the name and to the honor of God Almighty, the Creator of heaven and of earth, I commenced this holy operation, and I continued it for 6 moons without omitting the slightest detail, as thou wilt understand later. And the period of the 6 moons being expired, the Lord granted unto me his grace by his mercy, according to the promise made unto our forefathers, since while I was making my prayer unto him, he deigned to grant unto me the vision and apparition of his holy angels, together with which I experienced so great joy, consolation, and contentment of soul, that I could neither express it nor put it into writing. And during the 3 days, while I was enjoying this sweet and delightful presence with an indicable contentment, my holy angel, whom God the most merciful had destined from my creation for my guardian, spake unto me with the greatest goodness and affection, who not only manifested unto me the veritable magic, but even made easier for me the means of obtaining it. He confirmed as being true the symbols of the Kabbalah which I had received from Abramelin, and he gave me the fundamental means by which I could have an infinitude of others in my operations according to my pleasure, assuring me that he would instruct me fully thereon. He gave me further very useful advice and admonition, such as an angel could give, how I should govern myself the following days with the evil spirits so as to constrain them to obey me, the which I duly followed out, fulfilling always from point to point his instructions very faithfully, and by the grace of God I constrained them to obey me and to appear in the place destined for this operation, and they obligated themselves to obey me, and to be subject unto me. And since then, even until now, without offending God and the holy angels, I have held them in my power and command, always assisted by the power of God and of his holy angels. And this with so great a prosperity of our house, that I confess that I held myself back from the vast riches which I could have accumulated, although I possess enough to be counted among the number of the rich, as thou wilt know when thou shalt be more advanced in age. May the grace of the Lord, and the defense and protection of his holy angels never then depart from me, Abraham, nor from my 2 sons Joseph and Lamech, nor from all those who by your means and by the will of God shall receive this operation. So be it. Chapter 8. in order to show that man ought to make use of the good things of the Lord by applying them unto a good end, that is to say, unto his honor and glory, both for his own use and that of his neighbor. I will describe in a few words in this present chapter many and the most considerable operations which I have carried out, and the which, with the aid of the all-powerful Lord and of the holy angels, by the means of this art I have easily conducted unto the desired end. And I write not this description in any way to vaunt myself, nor out of vain glory, the which would be a great sin against God, because it is he who hath done the whole, and not I, but only do I write this that it may serve for instruction unto others, so that they may know wherein they ought to avail themselves of this art, as also that they may use it to the honor of him who hath given this wisdom unto men, and glorify him, and in order that each one may know how great and inexhaustible are the treasures of the Lord, and render unto him particular thanks for so precious a gift, and especially for having granted unto me, who am but a little worm of earth, through the means of Abramelin the power to give and communicate unto others this sacred science. After my death a book will be found, which I commenced to write at the time when I was beginning to put in practice this art, which, reckoning the number of the years, was in 1409, until today, on which I am arrived at the 96th year of mine age, with all honor and augmentation of fortune, and in this book can be read in detail even to the very least thing which I have done. But here, as I have aforesaid, I will describe only the most remarkable. Up till now I have healed of persons of all conditions, bewitched unto death, no less than 8,413, and belonging unto all religions, without making an exception in any case. I gave unto mine Emperor Sigismund, a very clement prince, a familiar spirit of the second hierarchy, even as he commanded me, and he availed himself of its services with prudence. He wished also to possess the secret of the whole operation, but as I was warned by the Lord that it was not his will, he contented himself with what was permitted, not as emperor, but as a private person, and I even by means of mine art facilitated his marriage with his wife, and I caused him to overcome the great difficulties which opposed his marriage. I delivered also the Count Frederick by the means of 2,000 artificial cavalry, free out of the hands of the Duke Leopold of Saxonia, the which Count Frederick without me would have lost both his own life, and his estate as well unto his heirs. Unto the bishop of our city also, I showed the betrayal of his government at Orenburg, 1 year before the same occurred, and I say no more concerning this because he is an ecclesiastic passing over in silence all that I have further done to render unto him service. The Count of Varvich was delivered by me from prison in England the night before he was to have been beheaded. I aided the flight of the Duke and of his Pope John from the Council of Constance, who would otherwise have fallen into the hands of the enraged emperor, and the latter having asked me to predict unto him which one of the two popes, John 23 and Martin 5, should gain in the end, my prophecy was verified, that fortune befalling which I had predicted unto him at Ratisbon. At the time when I was lodged at the house of the Duke of Bavaria, my lord, for matters of the greatest importance, the door of my room was forced, and I had the value of 83,000 Hungarian pieces stolen from me in jewels and money. As soon as I returned, the thief was forced to himself bring it back to me in person, and to return with his own hands to me the money, jewels, and account books, and to give me the principal reasons which had forced him to commit the theft, rather than any other person. 6 months ago I did write unto the Grecian emperor, and I warned him that the affairs of his empire were in a very bad condition, and that his empire itself was on the brink of ruin, unless he could appease the anger of God. As there only remaineth unto me but a little while to live, those who remain after me will receive the news of the result of this prophecy. The operation of the 13th chapter of the second book I have twice performed, once in the house of Savonia, and another time in the marquisate of Magdeburg, and I was the cause that their estates were handed down unto their children. Now when once the faculty of being able to avail oneself of the sacred magic hath been obtained, it is permissible to demand from the angel a sum of coined money proportionate unto thy birth, quality, and capacity, the which without difficulty will be granted unto thee. Such money is taken from the hidden treasures. It is, however, necessary to note that in all treasures one is allowed to take the fifth part, God permitting the same, although some braggart chatterers do say that there be an infinitude hereof which be destined and reserved unto Antichrist. I do not for a moment say that this may not be true, but undoubtedly from the same treasures one may also take the fifth part. There are yet more which be destined unto others. Mine own particular treasure was assigned unto me at Herbipolis, and I performed the operation of the 8th chapter of the 3rd book. It was not in any way guarded, and was very ancient. It was of gold, which had never been struck into ingots, and which I afterwards caused to be beaten out and converted into its equivalent weight of golden florins, by the spirits, the which was done in a few hours. Mine own possessions were few and of little worth, and so poor was I that in order to marry a person who had a considerable dowry, I was forced to make use of mine art, and I employed the 4th sign of the 3rd book and the 3rd sign of the 19th chapter, and I married my cousin with 40,000 golden florins as a dowry, the which sum served as a cover to my fortune. All the signs which are in the 18th chapter have been made use of by me so many times that I could not count them. However, they are all given in the book already mentioned. I made great and wonderful experiments with the signs of the 2nd and 8th chapters of the 3rd book. The first sign of the 1st chapter of the 3rd book is the most perfect. It is necessary to be prompt and adroit in all these operations, seeing that in the things which belong unto God we can easily commit still greater errors than those into which Solomon fell. All these signs have I worked with great ease and pleasure, and with very great utility. All these operations and others in infinite number have I performed by the signs which be in the 3rd book, and never have I failed in attaining mine end. I have always been obeyed, and everything hath succeeded with me because I have myself obeyed the commandments of God. Also I have from point to point followed out that which mine angel hath counseled and prescribed unto me, following out also exactly that which Abramelin had taught me, the which is the same that I shall write in the 2 following books, and which I shall exemplify and explain more clearly, because the instructions which I received, although in very obscure words and hieroglyphics, have caused me to attain mine object, and have never permitted me to err and fall into pagan, strange, and superstitious idolatries, I being always kept in the way of the Lord, who is the true, the only, the infallible end, for arriving at the possession of this sacred magic. Chapter 9. The infamous Belial hath no other desire than that of obtaining the power of hiding and obscuring the true divine wisdom, so that he may have more means of blinding simple men and of leading them by the nose, so that they may always remain in their simplicity and in their error, and that they may not discover the way which leadeth unto the true wisdom, seeing that otherwise it is certain that both he and his kingdom would remain bound, and that he would lose the title which he giveth himself of Prince of this world, having become the slave of man. This is wherefore he seeketh to annul and destroy utterly this sacred wisdom. I, however, do pray all in singular to be upon their guard, and in no way to despise the way and wisdom of the Lord, nor to allow themselves to be seduced by the demon and his adherents. For he is a liar and will be so eternally, and may the truth forever flourish. For in following out and obeying with fidelity that which I have written in these 3 books, not only shall we arrive at the desired end, but we shall sensibly know and feel the grace of the Lord, and the actual assistance of his holy angels, who take an incredible pleasure in seeing that they are obeyed and that you intend to follow out the commandments of God, and that their instructions are observed. Such then are the particular points upon which I insist. This wisdom hath its foundation in the high and holy Kabbalah, which is not granted unto any other than unto the firstborn, even as God hath ordained, and as it was observed by our predecessors. Thence arose the difference and the truck or exchange between Jacob and Esau, the primogeniture being the Kabbalah, which is much nobler and greater than the sacred magic. And by the Kabbalah we can arrive at the sacred magic, but by the latter we cannot have the Kabbalah. Unto the child of a servant or of an adulterer the Kabbalah is not granted, but only unto a legitimate child, as occurred in the case of Isaac and Ishmael, but the sacred wisdom through the mercy of God all can acquire, provided that they walk in the right path, and each one should content himself with the gift and grace of the Lord. And this must not be done out of curiosity, and with extravagant and ridiculous scruples, wishing to know and understand more than is right, seeing that temerity is certainly punished by God, who then permitteth him who is presumptuous not only to be turned aside out of the true way by the second causes, but also the demon hath power over him, and he ruineth and exterminateth him in such a manner, that we can only say that he himself is the sole cause of his own ruin and misery. It is certain that the old serpent will attempt to contaminate the present book with his venom, and even to destroy and lose it utterly. But O Lamech, as a faithful father I entreat thee by the true God who hath created thee and all things, and I entreat every other person who by thy means shall receive this method of operating, not to be induced or persuaded to have any other sentiment or opinion, or to believe the contrary. Pray unto God and ask him for his assistance, and place all thy confidence in him alone. And although thou canst not have the understanding of the Kabbalah, nevertheless the holy guardian angels at the end of the 6 moons or months will manifest unto thee that which is sufficient for the possession of this sacred magic. Wherefore all the signs and symbols given in the 3rd book are written with letters of the 4th hierarchy, but the mysterious words wherein consisteth the secret have their origin in and are drawn from the Hebrew, Latin, Greek, Chaldean, Persian, and Arabian languages by a singular mystery, and according unto the will of the most wise architect and fabricator of the universe, who alone dominateth and governeth it by his all-power. All the monarchies and kingdoms of the world are submitted unto his infinite power, and unto this sacred magic and divine wisdom. Chapter 10. It being understood that in this operation we have to do with a great and powerful enemy, whom through our own weakness and human strength or science we cannot resist without particular aid and assistance from the holy angels, and from the Lord of the good spirits, it is necessary that each one should always have God before his eyes, and in no way offend him. On the other hand, he must always be upon his guard, and abstain as from a mortal sin from flattering, obeying, regarding, or having respect to the demon, and to his viperine race, neither must he submit himself unto him in the slightest thing, for that would be his ruin and the fatal loss of his soul. As it happened unto all the seed descended from Noah, Lot, Ishmael, and others who did possess the blessed land, who inherited this wisdom from father to son, from family to family, but in the course of time having lent an ear unto the treacherous enemy, they let themselves be turned away from the veritable path, and did lose the true science which they had received from God by the means of their fathers, and gave themselves over unto superstitious sciences, and unto diabolical enchantments, and unto abominable idolatries, the which was the cause that thereafter God did chastise them, defy them, and chase them from their country, and did introduce in their stead our predecessors, from which same errors again later came the cause of our present misery and servitude, the which will last even unto the end of the world, since they in no way wished to know the gift which God had given unto them, but instead abandoned it to embrace and follow the deceits of the demon. This is wherefore each one should take care to submit himself unto him neither by acts, nor by words, nor by thoughts, because he is so adroit and prompt that he can seize one unexpectedly, just as a spider may take a bird. Let that miserable Bohemian and the others whom I have before mentioned serve thee for an example to avoid. In the commencement of the operation there appeareth a man of majestic appearance, who with great affability doth promise unto thee marvelous things. Consider all this as pure vanity, for without the permission of God he can give nothing, but he will do it unto the damage and prejudice, ruin and eternal damnation of whomsoever putteth faith in him, and believeth in him, as we may see in the Holy Scripture in the matter of Pharaoh and his adherents, the which despised the veritable and certain wisdom of Moses and Aaron, and were in the beginning backed up by the devil, who showed them by the means of enchantments that he could both do and put in practice all the works of the aforesaid holy men, whence he ultimately did reduce them to such a condition of obstinacy and blindness, that without perceiving their own error and the deceit of the demon, they were cruelly chastised by God with divers plagues, and were at last all drowned in the Red Sea. This is wherefore in conclusion I say unto thee in few words, that we must rely upon God alone, and put all our confidence in him. Chapter 11. God be my witness that I have not learned this science out of curiosity, nor in order to avail myself of it for an evil purpose, but rather to use it for the honor and glory of for mine own use, and for that of my neighbor, and I have never wished to employ it for vain and vile things, but I have always labored with all my strength to aid all creatures, friends and enemies, faithful and unfaithful, as well the one as the other, with a perfect will and a good heart, and I have also made use of it for the animals. I have before cited certain examples in order to show unto thee that God Almighty doth not in any way grant the art or the science unto a person in order that he may use it for himself alone, but in order that he may provide for the needs of others, and of those who do not possess this sacred science. This is why I pray every one to follow mine example, and if he doeth otherwise the malediction of the Lord will fall upon him. And as for myself I shall be excusable and innocent before God, and before all men. In the third book there will be found a very beautiful garden, the like of which assuredly no one hath ever made, and which no king nor emperor hath ever possessed. He who shall wish to be as an industrious bee therein, can there suck the honey which it containeth in abundance. But if he shall maliciously wish to transform himself into a spider, he can also draw poison from thence. God, however, accordeth and giveth his grace, not unto the evil, but unto the good. And if it seemeth unto thee that some chapters of the third book can be rather applied unto evil and unto the hurt of our neighbor, than unto a useful end, each one shall know that I have so placed them, in order that we may understand that this science can be applied alike for evil or for good, as I will show thee more fully in the other books. We must then study to flee the evil and to obtain all the forces of good. He who shall act thus all the days of his life shall have the succor and assistance of the faithful, benign and holy angels, and he who shall use it for evil shall be abandoned by the same angels, and shall be in the power of the treacherous enemy, who never faileth to obey the commands of such an one to work evil, in order to render him his slave. It is necessary to have as a general rule and maxim which never faileth, that whenever thou shalt see a man filled with an extraordinary desire to procure this operation for himself, if thou wishest to give it unto him, it is necessary to test his sincerity and his intentions, and delay him, according to the instructions which I give unto thee in these 3 books. And if he seeketh to obtain it by indiscreet methods, and saith unto thee that this operation may be true or not true, feigning doubts in order to compel thee to give it unto him, or that he mocketh use of other stratagems, thou mayest then conclude that such a man walketh not in the way of the Lord. If any person wisheth it in a way opposed to that which God employeth to grant it, this would be presumptuous. And if any person seeketh to obtain it not for himself, a child or a relative, who is not such as he should be who receiveth so great a treasure, he who shall grant it unto him shall be culpable of a great evil, and shall himself lose the grace and wisdom of the Lord, and shall deprive his heirs of the same eternally. If a man of evil life, whom one shall feel by means of this sacred science will persist in his evil way of life, shall come unto thee to seek this sacred science, it is probable that such a man doth not desire to use it for good and in a right intention, but that having received it, he will use it for evil. I have also in such case myself, however, seen and felt that God, who penetrateth the secret of our hearts, hath put by indirect means obstacles in the way of such an one's success, causing difficulties to arise of one kind and another, so that he who at the first wisheth to possess this science in order to use it against his neighbor, and to commit all sorts of abominations, manifesteth himself as an unworthy person unto him who had resolved to give it unto him. Shun commerce, and the converse of those who actually in the search for this science shall do and say all things which tend to evil, seeing that such men can become the enchanters of the devil. Thou shalt know the rest hereafter in the other books. Here I am very prolix upon this point, and I am exaggerating much, because it is certain that once the operation is given in due form, it is an irrevocable act. But if, on the other hand, after an exact examination and inquisition thou shalt find a person tranquil and sincere, thou must aid him, because God who hath aided thee wisheth also to aid him. Unto this end hath he put into thine hands this sacred science. Thou must make every effort to procure peace amongst those who are at discord, and sworn enemies among themselves, and it is imperative to do good unto every one, this being the sole and true means of rendering favorable unto thee, God, the angels and men, and of making the demon thy slave, and obedient in all and through all. And such an one shall pass the rest of his life with a good and right conscience, in honor and peace, with contentment, and useful unto all beings. I entreat those who shall be possessors of a so great treasure to employ it in the proper manner, and never to cast it before swine. Thou shalt use it for thyself, O Lamech, my son, but of the fruit which thou shalt draw therefrom, thou shalt make partakers those who have need, and the more thou shalt give, the more shall thy means increase. The same shall happen unto him to whom thou shalt give it. In these regions and countries we are slaves, and justly afflicted for our sins and those of our fathers. However, we ought to serve the Lord in the best manner which shall be possible unto us. And by such an one shall the treasure be kept secret, and shall be given unto his heirs as far as he can, being ware of disinheriting them in order to give it unto others, and of causing it to fall into the hands of the infidels, or of rendering the wicked possessors thereof. Chapter 12. Mine intention was in no way to be so prolix in this first book, but what will not paternal love do? And the importance of the matter permitteth it. Let each one who will carry out this glorious enterprise rest in peace and surety, because in these 3 books is comprised all that can be necessary for this operation. For I have written it with much care, attention, and exactitude, so that there is no phrase which doth not give thee some instruction or advice. However, I pray such an one for the love of God, who reigneth and will reign eternally, to commence no operation unless beforehand for the space of 6 months he hath read and reread this book with care and attention, considering all points in detail, for I am more than sure that he will not encounter any doubtful matter which he will not be able to solve himself, but further day by day will he assume unto himself a great and ardent desire, pleasure, and will to undertake this so glorious operation, the which can be effected by any person of any religion soever, provided, however, that during the 6 moons he hath not committed any sin against the law and commandments of God. Now it remaineth unto me, O Lamech, my son, to show unto thee the marks of my extreme paternal tenderness, by giving thee 2 principal pieces of advice, by the means of which, and observing all the other particulars which I shall describe, thou mayest indubitably arrive at the perfection of this same wisdom. It is necessary, however, to understand that many have undertaken this operation, and that some have obtained their wish, but that there are others who have not succeeded. And the reason of this hath been because their good angel hath not appeared unto them in the day of the conjuration, their angel being by its nature Amphitryon, because the angelic nature differeth to so great an extent from that of men, that no understanding nor science could express or describe it, as regardeth that great purity wherewith they be invested. I do not wish that thou, Lamech, my son, and thy successor and friends, should be deprived of a so great treasure. I in no way wish to abandon thee in so essential a matter. The other point is the psalm which I will tell thee also, and though thou givest the operation unto another person, although he be a friend, thou shalt in no wise communicate this unto him, because this psalm is the preservative against all those to whom thou shalt have given the holy magic, should they wish to make use of it against thee, and thou shalt be able thyself to make excellent use of it against them. This was granted by the Lord unto David for his own preservation. For the first point, the day being come when it is necessary to perform the orations, prayers, and convocations of thy guardian angel, thou shalt have a little child of the age of 6, 7, or 8 years at the most, who shall be clothed in white, the which child thou shalt have washed from head to foot, and thou shalt place upon his forehead a veil of white silk very fine and transparent, which covereth the forehead even unto the eyes, and upon the veil it is necessary to write beforehand in gold with a brush a certain sign made and marked in the manner and order as it will be shown in the 3rd book, the which doth serve to conciliate and to give grace unto the mortal and human creature to behold the face of the angel. He who operateth shall do the same thing, but upon a veil of black silk, and shall put it on in the same manner as the child. After this thou shalt make the child enter into the oratory, and thou shalt cause him to place the fire and the perfume in the censer. Then he shall kneel before the altar, and he who performeth the operation shall be at the door and prostrate upon the ground, making his oration, and supplicating his holy angel that he will deign to appear and show himself unto this innocent being, giving unto him another sign if it be necessary in order to see him himself on the 2 following days. It is requisite that he who shall operate shall take heed to in no wise regard the altar, but having his face towards the ground let him continue his orations. And as soon as the child shall have seen the angel thou shalt command him to tell thee, and to look upon the altar and take the lamen or plate of silver which thou shalt have placed there for this purpose, in order to bring it unto thee if it be necessary, and whatever other thing the holy angel shall have written thereon, wherewith thou oughtest to work on the 2 following days. The which being done he will disappear. Which being carefully done, the child will tell thee, and thou shalt command him to bring unto thee the little plate, by the which when thou hast received it thou shalt know what the angel hath ordered thee to do. And thou shalt cause it to be replaced upon the altar, and thou shalt quit the oratory, thou shalt close it, and thou shalt in no wise enter therein during the 1st day, and thou shalt be able to send away the child. And he who shall perform the operation shall prepare himself during the rest of the day for the morrow following, to enjoy the admirable presence of the holy guardian angel, in order to obtain the end so earnestly desired, and which shall not fail thee if thou followest the path which he shall show unto thee. And these 2 signs are the key of the whole operation. Unto the glory of the most holy name of God and of his holy angels. The 2nd book. Prologue. The wisdom of the Lord is an inexhaustible fountain. Neither hath there ever been a man born who could penetrate its veritable origin and foundation. The sages and holy fathers have drunk long draughts thereof, and have been fully satisfied therewith. But with all this, not one among them hath been able to comprehend or know the radical principles, because the Creator of all things reserveth that unto himself, and like a jealous God, he hath indeed wished that we should enjoy the fruit thereof, but he hath not wished to permit us to touch either the tree or its root. It is then not only proper, But further also we are compelled to conform ourselves unto the will of the Lord, walking in that path, by the which also our predecessors went, without seeking out through a vain curiosity how it is that God reigneth and governeth in his divine wisdom, because such would be a very great presumption and a bestial conceit. Let us then content ourselves with only knowing how many blessings he hath granted unto us sinners, and what extent of power he hath given unto us mortals over all things, and in what way it is permitted unto us to use them. Let us then content ourselves with this, laying aside all other curiosity, observing without any comment that which shall be set down in this book with fidelity. And if ye do follow my advice, ye shall be infallibly comforted thereby. Chapter 1. What and how many be the forms of veritable magic? Whoso should wish to recount all the arts and operations which in our times be reputed and preached abroad as wisdom and magical secrets, he should as well undertake to count the waves and the sands of the sea, seeing that the matter hath come to such a pass that every trick of a buffoon is believed to be magic, that all the abominations of impious enchanters, all diabolical illusions, all pagan idolatries, all superstitions, fascinations, diabolical pacts, and lastly all that the gross blindness of the world can touch with its hands and feet is reckoned as wisdom and magic. The physician, the astrologer, the enchanter, the sorceress, the idolater, and the sacrilegious is called of the common people a magician. Also he who draweth his magic whether from the sun, whether from the moon, whether from the evil spirits, whether from stones, herbs, animals, brutes, or lastly from thousand divers sources, so that the heaven itself is astonished thereat. There be certain who draw their magic from air, from earth, from fire, from water, from physiognomy, from the hand, from mirrors, from glasses, from birds, from bread, from wine, and even from the very excrements themselves. And yet, however, all this is reputed as science. I exhort you, ye who read, to have the fear of God, and to study justice, because infallibly unto you shall be opened the gate of the true wisdom which God gave unto Noah and unto his descendants Japhet, Abraham, and Ishmael, and it was his wisdom that delivered Lot from the burning of Sodom. Moses learned the same wisdom in the desert from the burning bush, and he taught it unto Aaron his brother. Joseph, Samuel, David, Solomon, Elijah, and the apostles, and St. John particularly possessed it. Let every one then know that this which I teach is that same wisdom and magic, and which is in this same book, and independent of any other science or wisdom or magic soever. It is, however, certainly true that these miraculous operations have much in common with the Kabbalah. It is also true that there be other arts which have some stamp of wisdom, the which alone would be nothing worth were they not mingled with the foundation of the sacred ministry, whence later arose the mixed Kabbalah. The arts are principally 12. 4 in number, 3, 5, 7, 9, among the numbers in the mixed Kabbalah. The second is the most perfect one, the which operateth by sign and visions. 2 of the even numbers, namely 6 and 2, which operate with the stars and the celestial courses which we call astronomy. 3 consisteth in the metals and 2 in the planets. As to all these arts, the which be conjoined and mingled together with the sacred Kabbalah, both he who mocketh use of these same, either alone, or mingled with other things which be in no way from the Kabbalah, and he who seeketh to exercise himself in performing operations with these arts, is alike liable to be deceived by the demon, seeing that of themselves they possess no other virtue than a natural property, and they can produce no other thing than probable effects, and they have absolutely no power in spiritual and supernatural things. But if, however, on certain occasions they cause you to behold any extraordinary effect, such as only produced by impious and diabolical pacts and conjurations, the which form of science ought to be called sorcery. Finally, let us conclude that from the divine mystery are derived these 3 kinds of Kabbalah, viz. the mixed Kabbalah, and the true wisdom and the magic. We will, therefore, show forth this last, and the manner of becoming its possessors in the name of God and of his celestial court. Chapter 2. What we should consider before undertaking this operation. We have already said what is the science which I am to teach you, that is to say, that it is neither in any way human nor diabolical, but the true and divine wisdom and magic, which has been handed down by our predecessors unto their successors as a hereditary treasure. In like manner as I myself at present, so even should ye think, before entering into this matter, and before taking possession of so great a treasure, how much this gift is sublime and precious, and how vile and base are ye yourselves who be about to receive it. This is wherefore I say unto ye that the beginning of this wisdom is the fear of God and of justice. These be the tables of the law, the Kabbalah, and the magic, they should serve unto ye for a rule. It is necessary that ye should begin to attach yourselves unto the very beginning, if ye truly do wish to have the veritable wisdom, and thus shall ye walk in the right path, and be able to work all the which is contained in this book, and all the which is therein prescribed. For to undertake this operation with the simple intention of using it unto dishonest, impious, and wicked ends, is neither just nor reasonable. For it is absolutely necessary to perform this operation unto the praise, honor, and glory of God, unto the use, health, and well-being of your neighbor, whether friend or enemy, and generally for that of the whole earth. Furthermore, it is also necessary to take into consideration other matters, which though less important be still necessary, namely, whether ye be capable not only of commencing, but also of carrying through the operation unto its end, this being a necessary point to consider before coming unto a final determination upon the matter, because in this case we are not negotiating with men, but with God, by the intermediation of his holy angels, and with all spirits, both good and evil. I am not here intending to play the saint and hypocrite, but it is necessary to have a true and loyal heart. Ye have here to do with the Lord, who not only beholdeth the outer man, but who also penetrateth the inmost recesses of the heart. But having taken a true, firm, and determined resolution, relying upon the will of the Lord, ye shall arrive at your desired end, and shall encounter no difficulty. Often also man is changeable, and while beginning a thing well, finisheth it badly, being in no way firm and stable in resolution. Ponder the matter then well before commencing, and only begin this operation with the firm intention of carrying it out unto the end. For no man can make a mock of the Lord with impunity. Furthermore, it is likewise necessary to think and consider whether your goods and revenue be sufficient for this matter, and further, whether if your quality or estate be subject unto others, ye may have time and convenience to undertake it, also whether wife or children may hinder you herein, these being all matters worthy of observation, so as not to commence the matter blindly. The chief thing that ye should consider is whether ye be in good health, because the body being feeble and unhealthy, it is subject to divers infirmities, whence at length result impatience and want of power to operate and pursue the operation, and a sick man can neither be clean and pure, nor enjoy solitude, and in such a case it is better to cease. Consider then the safety of your person, commencing this operation in a place of safety, whence neither enemies nor any disgrace can drive you out before the end, because ye must finish where ye begin. But the first part of this chapter is the most important, and see that ye keep well in mind the necessity of observing the same, because as regardeth the other disadvantages, they may perhaps be remedied. And be ye sure that God doth aid all those who put their confidence in him and in his wisdom, and such as wish to live rightly, making use with honor of the deceitful world, which ye shall hold in abomination. And see that ye make no account of ts opinion when ye shall be arrived at the perfection of the work, and that ye shall be possessors of this sacred magic. Chapter 3. of the age and quality of the person who wisheth to undertake this operation. In order to describe the aforesaid and other considerations in the best possible manner, I will here make a general recapitulation, mentioning also first what may bring hindrance unto the matter. It is, then, necessary that such a man give himself up unto a tranquil life, and that his habits be temperate, that he should love retirement, that he should be given neither unto avarice nor usury. His age ought not to be less than 25 years nor more than 50. He should have no hereditary disease, such as virulent leprosy, whether he be free or married importeth little, a valet, lackey, or other domestic servant, can with difficulty arrive at the end required, being bound unto others, and not having the conveniences at disposal which are necessary, and which this operation demandeth. Among women, there be only virgins who are suitable, but I strongly advise that so important a matter should not be communicated to them, because of the accidents that they might cause by their curiosity and love of talk. Chapter 4. That the greater number of magical books are false and vain. All the books which treat of characters, extravagant figures, circles, convocations, conjurations, invocations, and other like matters, even although anyone may see some effect thereby, should be rejected, being works full of diabolical inventions. And ye should know that the demon mocketh use of an infinitude of methods to entrap and deceive mankind. This I have myself proved, because when I have operated with the veritable wisdom, all the other enchantments which I had learned have ceased, and I could no longer operate with them, and I made a very careful trial of those which I had learned with the Rabbin Moses, the cause of which is that the deceit and fraud of the demon can never appear where the divine wisdom is. Furthermore, the most certain mark of their falsity is the election of certain days, since there be those which God hath expressly commanded to sanctify. We can freely operate on all other days, and at all times. And whenever ye shall see tables which do mark the days and their differences, the celestial signs, and other like matters, pay no attention thereto, because herein is a very great sin hidden, and a deceit of the demon, it being one of his many methods of endeavoring to confound the true wisdom of the Lord with evil matters. Because this true wisdom of the Lord can operate and perform its effects every day, and at any moment and second. The gates of his grace are daily open, he wisheth, and it is pleasing unto him to aid us, as well on this day as on the morrow. And in no way could it be true that he desireth to be subjected to the day and hour which men would wish to prescribe for him, seeing that he is the master to elect such days as he himself wisheth, and also may they be sanctified. Flee also all such books as those whose conjurations include extravagant, inexplicable, and unheard of words, and which be impossible to understand, and which be truly the inventions of the devil and of wicked men. It is well also to recall that which I have said in the first book, that in the greater part of their conjurations there was not the slightest mention made of God Almighty, but only of invocations of the devil, together with very obscure Chaldean words. Surely it would be a rash thing of a man who should deal with God by the intermediary of his holy angels, to think that he ought to address him in a jargon, neither knowing what he saith nor what he demandeth. Is it not an act of madness to wish to offend God and his holy angels? Let us then walk in the right way. Let us speak before God with heart and mouth alike opened, in our own maternal language, since how can ye pretend to obtain any grace from the Lord, if ye yourselves know not what ye ask? Yet, however, the number of those who lose themselves utterly in this vanity is infinite. Many say that the Grecian language is more agreeable unto God. It may be true that it was perhaps at one time, but how many among us today understand it perfectly? This is the reason why it would be the most senseless thing to employ it. I repeat then, let each one speak his own language, because thus understanding what it is that ye are demanding of the Lord, ye will obtain all grace. And if ye demand a thing which is unjust, it will be refused unto you, and ye will never obtain it. Chapter 5. that in this operation it is not necessary to regard the time, nor the day, nor the hours. There be no other days than those which God hath ordained unto our fathers. All Saturdays, which be the days of the Sabbath Passover, and the Feast of Tabernacles, of which the former is the 15th day of the first of our months, and the latter the 15th day of the 7th month. Now for this operation, any person of whatever law he may be, provided that he confesseth that there is one God, may observe these feasts. However, the true time of commencing this operation is the first day after the celebration of the feasts of Easter, and this was ordained unto Noah, being the most convenient time, and the end falleth just at the tabernacles. Our predecessors have thus observed it, and the angel also hath approved it, and also it is more advisable to follow good counsel and example, than to be obstinate and follow one's own caprice, and also to treat the election of a particular day as a pagan idea, paying no regard whatever either to time nor to the elements, but only unto him who granteth such a period. Thus then will we be found men in the fittest condition of grace and reconciled with God, and purer than at another period, and this being an essential point ye ought well to consider the same. It is, however, quite true that the elements and the constellations do perform of themselves certain operations, but this is to be understood of natural things, as it happeneth that one day is different unto another, but such a difference hath not operation in things spiritual and supernatural, being thus useless for magical operations. The election of days is still more useless. The election of hours and minutes, whereof the ignorant make so much, is further a very great error. Wherefore I have resolved to write this particular chapter, in order that this error might appear more plainly evident unto him who readeth it, and that he may draw profit therefrom so as to operate with judgment. Chapter 6. Concerning the planetary hours and other errors of the astrologers. It is true that the wise in astrology do write of the stars and of their movements, and that these attaining thereto do produce diverse effects in inferior and elemental things, and such are, as we have already said, natural operations of the elements, but that they should have power over the spirits or force in all supernatural things, that is not, neither can ever be. But it will instead be found that, by the permission of the great God, it is the spirits who govern the firmament. What foolishness then would it be to implore the favor of the sun, of the moon, and of the stars, when the object would be to have converse with angels and with spirits? Would it not be an extravagant idea to demand from the wild beasts the permission to go hunting? But what else is it, when they have elected a certain day, when they have divided it up into many false divisions such as hours, minutes, etc.? Here, they say, we have the planetary hours and the planet appropriate to each hour. Oh, what planets! Oh, what fine order! Tell me, I pray you, what advantage you get by this division. You will reply, a very great one, because it shows us in all things either good or bad fortune. I tell you, and I repeat absolutely, that this is in no way true, that they produce thus a change of the time and of the air. I in part concede, but do me the grace to tell me how ye do divide the planetary hours. I know that ye begin the first hour of the day with the planet which itself giveth the name unto the day, as Sunday is ascribed to the sun, Monday to the moon, Tuesday to Mars, Wednesday to Mercury, Thursday to Jupiter, Friday to Venus, and Saturday to Saturn. Then ye divide the length of the day into 12 equal portions which ye call hours, and to each hour ye assign its planet, and ye do the same thing with the night, according to whether the days be long or short. Thus do the hours become long or short. As for example, suppose that on a Sunday the sun riseth at 7 o'clock and setteth at 5 o'clock in the evening, its course will be 10 hours, the which ye divide up into 12 equal parts, so that each hour is of 50 minutes length. I say, therefore, that the first planetary hour is of the sun, and is 50 minutes long, that the second is of Venus, the third of Mercury, and so on of the others. At last the 8th hour returneth unto the sun, the 9th unto Venus, the 10th unto Mercury, and so the day finisheth. Then cometh the night, which is longer, that is to say, 14 hours, and each planetary hour of this night will be 70 minutes. And in order to continue the regular succession as we have begun, the first hour of the night will be of Jupiter, the second of Mars, the third of the Sun, and so on until Monday, whose first hour will be of the Moon. Now tell me, I pray you, doth it always happen that when the day of Monday commenceth, that is to say, when the sun riseth in its horizon, that the moon riseth also together with him, and that she setteth also together with him? They cannot answer this. Wherefore then do they apportion unto the second day of the week, and unto its first hour the moon? They can tell you no reason, except a likeness to the name. Oh, how gross an error! Hear and tell me when it is that a planet hath the greatest force in the elements, whether when it is above or when it is below your horizon or hemisphere. We must, however, avow that it is more powerful when it is above, because being below it hath no power save according unto the will of God. Why then, even further than this, should we attribute unto a planet a day and hour, if during the whole period of such day it appeareth not above the horizon? Abramelin, as a most excellent master in natural things, taught unto me a very different form of classification, and made me to comprehend what should be the true planetary hours. When the planet beginneth to appear upon the horizon, then doth its day begin, and until it hath passed its elevation its day lasteth until it riseth anew, and after that it hath set its night endureth, so that as well in the days of the sun as in those of the moon and of the others, the days of all the planets be mingled, only that one commenceth sooner than another, according to which nature they be mingled together in the celestial signs. Now it is requisite that I should tell unto you what be the planetary hours. Know then that each planet hath only an hour during the which it is very powerful, being over you and above your head, that is to say, when it is in the meridian. Then, naturally, will sometimes arrive the hours of two planets together, and beginning at the same moment, they then produce an effect according unto the nature, quality, and complexion of these stars. But all this only hath power in natural things. Here have I declared and proved unto you the errors of the astrologers. Keep yourselves carefully from the insensate follies of their days and hours, because if ye make use of these as do the false magicians and enchanters, God will chastise you, and in order to chastise you will pay but little attention unto the awaiting of the hour of Saturn or of Mars. I therefore now conclude this chapter, having sufficiently treated of the false and useless method employed by the astrologers in the election of days and of hours. Chapter 7. Regarding what it is necessary to accomplish during the first 2 moons of the beginning of this veritable and sacred magic. He who commenceth this operation should consider with care that which we have before said, and should pay attention unto that which followeth, and the thing being of importance, I shall leave alone for the present all other considerations, so that we may begin with the operation which we should perform on the first morning after the celebration of the feast of Easter. Firstly, having carefully washed one's whole body and having put on fresh clothing. Precisely 1/4 of an hour before sunrise ye shall enter into your oratory, open the window, and place yourselves upon your knees before the altar, turning your faces towards the window, and devoutly and with boldness ye shall invoke the name of the Lord, thanking him for all the grace which he hath given and granted unto you from your infancy until now. Then with humility shall ye humble yourselves unto him, and confess unto him entirely all your sins, supplicating him to be willing to pardon you and remit them. Ye shall also supplicate him that in the time to come he may be willing and pleased to regard you with pity and grant you his grace and goodness to send unto you his holy angel, who shall serve unto you as a guide, and lead you ever in his holy way and will, so that ye fall not into sin through inadvertence, through ignorance, or through human frailty. In this manner shall ye commence your oration, and continue thus every morning during the first 2 moons or months. Meseemeth here that now some may say, wherefore dost thou not write down the words or form of prayer the which I should employ, seeing that, as for me, I am neither sufficiently learned, nor devout, nor wise. Know ye that although in the beginning your prayer be but feeble, it will suffice, provided that ye understand how to demand the grace of the Lord with love and a true heart, whence it must be that such a prayer cometh forth. Also it serveth nothing to speak without devotion, without attention, and without intelligence, nor yet to pronounce it with the mouth alone, without a true intent, nor yet to read it as do the ignorant and the impious. But it is absolutely necessary that your prayer should issue from the midst of your heart, because simply setting down prayers in writing, the hearing of them will in no way explain unto you how really to pray. This is the reason that I have not wished to give unto you any special form of prayers and orations, so that ye yourselves may learn from and of yourselves how to pray, and how to invoke the holy name of God, our Lord, and for that reason I have not been willing that ye should rely upon me in order to pray. Ye have the holy and sacred Scripture, the which is filled with very beautiful and potent prayers and actions of grace. Study then herein, and learn herefrom, and ye shall have no lack of instructions how to pray with fruit. And although in the commencement your prayer may be weak, it sufficeth that your heart be true and loyal towards God, who little by little will kindle in you his Holy Spirit, who will so teach you and enlighten your spirit, that ye shall both know and have the power to pray. When ye shall have performed your orations, close the window and go forth from the oratory, so that no one may be able therein to enter, and ye shall not yourselves enter again until the evening when the sun shall be set. Then shall ye enter therein afresh, and shall perform your prayers in the same manner as in the morning. For the rest, ye shall govern yourselves each day as I shall tell you in the following instructions. Concerning the bedchamber and the oratory, and how they should be arranged, I will tell hereafter in the 11th chapter. It is requisite that ye shall have a bedchamber near the oratory or else your ordinary habitation, which it is necessary first to thoroughly clean out and perfume, and see that the bed be both new and clean. Your whole attention must be given to purity in all things, because the Lord hath in abomination all that is impure. You shall sleep in this said chamber, and you shall continue therein during the day, there transacting the matters which belong unto your business, and those which you can dispense with leave alone. You may sleep with your wife in the bed when she is pure and clean, but when she hath her monthly courses you shall not allow her to enter the bed, nor even the chamber. Every Sabbath eve it is necessary to change the sheets of the bed, and all the linen. Every Saturday you shall perfume the chamber. And ye shall not allow any dog, cat, or other animal to enter into nor dwell therein, so that they may in no way be able to render it unclean. As regardeth the matrimonial obligation, it is chastity, and the duty that of engendering children, but the whole should be done in the fear of God, and, above all things, in such case see that your wife be not impure. But during the following 4 moons ye shall flee sexual intercourse as ye would the plague. Even if ye have children, endeavor to send them away unto another place before, so that they may not be an hindrance from being about you, except the eldest born of the family, and infants at the breast. As regardeth the regimen of your life and actions, ye shall have regard unto your status and condition. If you be your own master, as far as lieth in your power, free yourself from all your business, and quit all mundane and vain company and conversation, leading a life tranquil, solitary, and honest. If aforetime you have been a wicked, debauched, avaricious, luxurious, and proud man, leave and flee from all these vices. Consider that this was one of the principal reasons why Abraham, Moses, David, Elijah, John, and other holy men retired into desert places, until that they had acquired this holy science and magic, because where there are many people, many scandals do arise, and where scandal is, sin cometh, the which at length offendeth and driveth away the angel of God, and the way which leadeth unto wisdom becometh closed unto ye. Fly as far as you can the conversation of men, and especially of such as in the past have been the companions of your debauches, or who have led you into sin. Ye shall therefore seek retirement as far as possible, until that ye shall have received that grace of the Lord which ye ask. But a domestic servant who is compelled to serve a master cannot well have these conveniences. Take well heed in treating of business, in selling or buying, that it shall be requisite that you never give way unto anger, but be modest and patient in your actions. You shall set apart 2 hours each day after having dined, during the which you shall read with care the Holy Scripture and other holy books, because they will teach you to be good at praying, and how to fear the Lord, and thus day by day shall ye better know your Creator. The other exercises which be free and permitted unto you are hereafter set forth and principally in the 11th chapter. As for eating, drinking, and sleeping, such should be in moderation and never superfluous. It is especially necessary to shun drunkenness and flee public dinners. Content yourself with eating at your own house with your family, in the peace and quiet which God hath granted unto you. You should never sleep during the day, but you may in the morning. For after that you have performed your devotions you may, if you wish again, go to bed to rest yourself. And if it happeneth by chance that you do not rise sufficiently early, that is to say before sunrise, it doth not greatly matter, and you shall perform your ordinary morning prayer, but you should not accustom yourself to be slothful, it being always better to pray unto God at an early hour. Concerning clothing and family, your dress should be clean but moderate, and according to custom. Flee all vanity. You shall have 2 dresses, in order that you may be able to change them, and you shall change them the eve of each Sabbath, wearing the one week, and the other the next, brushing and perfuming them always beforehand. As for that which regardeth the family, the fewer in number, the better also act, so that the servants may be modest and tranquil. All these pieces of advice be principal points which it is well to observe. As for the rest, you have only to keep before your eyes the tables of the law during all this time, and also afterwards, because these tables should be the rule of your life. Let your hand be ever ready to give alms and other benefits to your neighbor, and let your heart be ever open unto the poor, whom God so loveth that one cannot express the same. And in the case that during this period you should be attacked by some illness, which would not permit you to go unto the oratory, this need not oblige you to abandon your enterprise at once, but you should govern yourself to the best of your ability, and in such case you shall perform your orations in your bed, entreating God to restore you to health, so that you may be enabled to continue your undertaking, and make the sacrifices which be due, and so with the greater strength be able to work, to obtain his wisdom. And this is all that we should do and observe during these 2 moons. Chapter 8. Concerning the 2 second moons. The 2 first moons being finished, the 2 second moons follow, during the which ye shall make your prayer, morning and evening at the hour accustomed. But before entering into the oratory ye shall wash your hands and face thoroughly with pure water. And you shall prolong your prayer with the greatest possible affection, devotion, and submission, humbly entreating the Lord God that he would deign to command his holy angels to lead you in the true way, and wisdom and knowledge, by studying the which assiduously in the sacred writings there will arise more and more in your heart. The use of the rites of marriage is permitted, but should scarcely, if at all, be made use of. You shall also wash your whole body every Sabbath eve. As to what regardeth commerce and manner of living, I have already given unto you sufficient instruction. Only it is absolutely necessary to retire from the world and seek retreat, and ye shall lengthen your prayers to the utmost of your ability. As for eating, drinking, and clothing, ye shall govern yourselves in exactly the same manner as in the 2 first moons, except that ye shall fast every Sabbath eve. Note well, The Sabbath is for the Jews who are accustomed to observe the same every Saturday, but for Christians the Sabbath is the Sunday, and they ought to consider the Saturday as its eve. Chapter 9. Concerning the 2 last moons which must be thus commenced. Morning and noon ye shall wash your hands and your face on entering the oratory. And firstly ye shall make confession of all your sins. After this, with a very ardent prayer, ye shall entreat the Lord to accord unto you this particular grace, which is, that you may enjoy and be able to endure the presence and conversation of his holy angels, and that he may deign by their intermission to grant unto you the secret wisdom, so that you may be able to have dominion over the spirits and over all creatures. Ye shall do this same at midday before dining, and also in the evening, so that during these 2 last moons ye shall perform the prayer 3 times a day, and during this time ye shall ever keep the perfume upon the altar. Also towards the end of your oration, ye shall pray unto the holy angels, supplicating them to bear your sacrifice before the face of God, in order to intercede for you, and that they shall assist you in all your operations during these 2 moons. The man who is his own master shall leave all business alone, except works of charity towards his neighbor. You shall shun all society except that of your wife and of your servants. Ye shall employ the greatest part of your time in speaking of the law of God, and in reading such works as treat wisely thereof, so that your eyes may be opened unto that which from past time even unto the present ye have not as yet seen, nor thought of, nor believed. Every Sabbath eve shall ye fast, and wash your whole body, and change your garment. Furthermore, ye shall have a vest and tunic of linen, which ye shall put on every time that ye enter into the oratory, before ye commence to put the perfume in the censer. As I shall tell ye more fully hereafter, also ye shall have a basket or other convenient vessel of copper filled with charcoal to put inside the censer when necessary, and which ye can take outside the oratory, because the censer itself should never be taken away from the place. Note well that after having performed your prayer, you ought to take it out of the oratory, especially during the 2 last moons, and ye should inter it in a place which cannot well be made unclean, such as a garden. Chapter 10. Concerning what things a man may learn and study during these 2 moons. Although the best counsel which I can give is that a man should go into retirement in some desert or solitude, until the time of the 6 moons destined unto this operation be fulfilled, and that he shall have obtained that which he wisheth, as the ancients used to do. Nevertheless now this is hardly possible, and we must accommodate ourselves unto the era, and being unable to carry it out in one way, we should endeavor to do so in another, and attach ourselves only unto divine things. But there be certain who cannot even do this thoroughly, notwithstanding they may honestly wish the same, and this because of their divers employments and positions which will not permit them to act in accordance with their desires, so that they are compelled to carry on their worldly occupations. In order then that such may know what occupations and business they can follow out without prejudice to this operation, I will here state the same in few words. We may then exercise the profession of medicine, and all arts connected with the same, and we may perform all operations which tend unto charity and mercy towards our neighbor purely and simply. As for what concerneth the liberal arts, ye may interest yourselves in astronomy, etc., but flee all arts and operations which have the least tincture of magic and sorcery, seeing that we must not confound together God and Belial. God wisheth to be alone. Unto him pertain all honor and glory. All the above matters are however permitted during the 2 first and the 2 second moons. You may walk in a garden for recreation, but you shall do no servile work, and amidst the flowers and the fruits you can also meditate upon the greatness of God. But during the 2 third and last moons ye shall quit every other matter, only permitting your recreation to consist in things spiritual and divine. If ye wish to be participators in the conversation of the angels, and in the divine wisdom, lay aside all indiscreet things, and regard it as a pleasure when ye can spare 2 or 3 hours to study the Holy Scripture, because hence from ye shall derive incredible profit, and even the less ye are learned, so much the more will ye become wise and clever. It sufficeth that in the performance of your orisons ye shall not give way unto sleep, and that ye shall fail in no wise in this operation through negligence and voluntarily. Chapter 11. Concerning the selection of the place. This chapter is previously referred to in the 7th chapter in speaking of the bedchamber and the oratory. We should make the selection of the place before commencing it, and prior to the celebration of the Passover, in order that we may decide upon the same without hindrance, and it is necessary that all things should be prepared. He who commenceth this operation in solitude can elect a place according unto his pleasure, where there is a small wood, in the midst of which you shall make a small altar, and you shall cover the same with a hut of fine branches, so that the rain may not fall thereon and extinguish the lamp and the censer. Around the altar at the distance of 7 paces you shall prepare a hedge of flowers, plants, and green shrubs, so that it may divide the entrance into 2 parts, that is to say, the interior where the altar and tabernacle will be placed after the manner of a temple, and the part exterior, which with the rest of the place will be as a portico thereunto. Now if you commence not this operation in the country, but perform it in a town, or in some dwelling place, I will show unto ye what shall be necessary herein. Ye shall choose an apartment which hath a window, joined unto the which shall be an uncovered terrace, and a lodge covered with a roof, but so that there may be on every side windows whence you may be able to see in every direction, and whence you may enter into the oratory. In the which place the evil spirits shall be able to appear, since they cannot appear within the oratory itself. In the which place, beside the oratory towards the quarter of the north, you shall have a rooted or covered lodge, in the which and from whence one may be able to see the oratory. I myself also had 2 large windows made in my oratory, and at the time of the convocation of the spirits, I used to open them and remove both the shutters and the door, so that I could easily see on every side and constrain them to obey me. The oratory should always be clear and clean swept, and the flooring should be of wood, of white pine. In fine, this place should be so well and carefully prepared, that one may judge it to be a place destined unto prayer. The terrace and the contiguous lodge where we are to invoke the spirits we should cover with river sand to the depth of 2 fingers at the least. The altar should be erected in the midst of the oratory, and if anyone mocketh his oratory in desert places, he should build it of stones which have never been worked or hewn, or even touched by the hammer. The chamber should be boarded with pine wood, and a lamp full of oil olive should be suspended therein, the which every time that ye shall have burned your perfume and finished your orison, ye shall extinguish. A handsome censer of bronze or of silver, if one hath the means, must be placed upon the altar, the which should in no wise be removed from its place until the operation be finished, if one performeth it in a dwelling house, for in the open country one cannot do this. Thus in this point as in all the others, we should rule and govern ourselves according unto the means at our disposal. The altar, which should be made of wood, ought to be hollow within after the manner of a cupboard, wherein you shall keep all the necessary things, such as the 2 robes, the crown or mitre, the wand, the holy oils, the girdle or belt, the perfume, and any other things which may be necessary. The second habiliments will be a shirt or tunic of linen, large and white, with well and properly made sleeves. The other robe will be of crimson or scarlet silk with gold, and it should not be longer than just unto the knees, with sleeves of similar stuff. As for these vestments, there is no particular rule for them, nor any especial instructions to be followed, but the more resplendent, clean, and brilliant they are, the better will it be. You shall also make a girdle of silk of the same color as the tunic, wherewithal you shall be girded. You shall have upon your head a beautiful crown or woven fillet of silk and gold. You shall prepare the sacred oil in this manner. Take of myrrh in tiers 1 part, of fine cinnamon 2 parts, of galangal 1/2 part, and the half of the total weight of these drugs of the best oil olive. The which aromatics you shall mix together according unto the art of the apothecary, and shall make thereof a balsam, the which you shall keep in a glass vial, which you shall put within the cupboard of the altar. The perfume shall be made thus. Take of incense and tears 1 part, of stacte half a part, of line aloes 1/4 of a part, and not being able to get this wood you shall take that of cedar, or of rose, or of citron, or any other odoriferous wood. You shall reduce all these ingredients into a very fine powder. Mix them well together and keep the same in a box or other convenient vessel. As you will consume a great deal of this perfume, it will be advisable to mix enough on the eve of the Sabbath to last the whole week. You shall also have a wand of almond tree wood, smooth and straight, of the length of about from half an ell to 6 feet. And ye shall keep the aforesaid things in good order in the cupboard of the altar, ready for use in the proper time and place. Here followeth the manner of ordering oneself and of operating. Chapter 12. How one should keep oneself in order to carry out this operation well. This operation being truly divine, it is necessary once more to treat of and distinguish the present consecration into different periods of time. You shall then understand that during the 2 first and 2 second moons, no other consecration must be performed than that of which we have already spoken in the 7th and 8th foregoing chapters, unto the which I refer you, so as not to be too prolix. And I only say unto you that during the course of the 2 first and 2 second moons, every Saturday when ye perform the orison, ye shall also burn the perfume as well in the morning as in the evening, and in the 2 third and last moons ye shall make the prayer and the perfume thrice daily. Now here hath the last part of the time arrived. Here therefore open ye your eyes and be attentive, and govern yourselves in everything and every place in the way which I have written unto you. Have confidence in God, because if even until then ye have faithfully observed mine instructions which I have given unto you, and if your orisons shall have been made with a righteous heart and with devotion, there is no manner of doubt that all things will appear easy unto you, and your own spirit and your understanding will teach you the manner in which you should conduct yourself in all points, because your guardian angel is already about you, though invisible, and conducteth and governeth your heart so that you shall not err. The 2 moons being finished, in the morning ye shall commence all that is commanded in the 9th chapter, and further observe this present chapter. When first ye shall enter into the oratory, leave your shoes without, and having opened the window, ye shall place the lighted coals in the censer which you shall have brought with you. You shall light the lamp, and take from the cupboard of the altar your 2 vestments, the crown, the girdle, and the wand, placing them upon the altar. Then take the sacred oil in your left hand, cast some of the perfume upon the fire, and place yourself upon your knees, praying unto the Lord with fervor. The orison. O Lord God of mercy, God, patient, most benign and liberal, who grantest thy grace in 1,000 ways, and unto 1,000 generations, who forgettest the iniquities, the sins, and the transgressions of men, in whose presence none is found innocent, who visitest the transgressions of the father upon the children and nephews unto the 3rd and 4th generation. I know my wretchedness, and that I am not worthy to appear before thy divine majesty, nor even to implore and beseech thy goodness and mercy for the least grace. But, O Lord of lords, the source of thy bounty is so great, that of itself it calleth those who are ashamed by reason of their sins and dare not approach, and inviteth them to drink of thy grace. Wherefore, O Lord my God, have pity upon me, and take away from me all iniquity and malice. Cleanse my soul from all the uncleanness of sin. Renew within me my spirit, and comfort it, so that it may become strong and able to comprehend the mystery of thy grace, and the treasures of thy divine wisdom. Sanctify me also with the oil of thy sanctification, wherewith thou hast sanctified all thy prophets, and purify in me therewith all that appertaineth unto me. so that I may become worthy of the conversation of thy holy angels and of thy divine wisdom, and grant unto me the power which thou hast given unto thy prophets over all the evil spirits. Amen. Amen. This is the prayer which I myself made use of in my consecration, the which I give not here to confine you, nor to oblige you to employ the same, nor to tell it you over as I would to a parrot whom I should wish to teach to talk, but only and solely to give unto you an idea of the manner in which we should pray. Having finished your orison, rise from your knees, and anoint the center of your forehead with a little of the sacred oil. After this dip your finger into the same oil, and anoint therewith the 4 upper corners of the altar. Touch also with this holy oil the vestments, the girdle, the crown, and the wand on both sides. You shall also touch the doors and the windows of the oratory. Then with your finger dipped in the oil you shall write upon the 4 sides of the altar these words, so that they may be perfectly clearly written on each side. In whatever place it may be wherein commemoration of my name shall be made, I will come unto you and I will bless you. This being done, the consecration is finished, and then ye shall put the white tunic and all the other things into the cupboard of the altar. Then kneel down and make your ordinary prayer, as is laid down in the 3rd chapter, and be well where to take no consecrated thing out of the oratory. And during the whole of the ensuing period ye shall enter the oratory and celebrate the office with naked feet. Chapter 13. Concerning the convocation of the good spirits. We are now arrived at a point at which ye shall be able to see clearly, having duly followed out and observed the instructions which I have given unto you, and having during all this time served God your Creator with a perfect heart. We are now arrived at the term, wherefore the following morning rise betimes, neither wash yourselves at all nor dress yourselves at all in your ordinary clothes, but take a robe of mourning, enter the oratory with bare feet, go unto the side of the censer, take the ashes therefrom and place them upon your head, light the lamp and put the hot coals into the censer, and having opened the windows, return unto the door. There prostrate yourself with your face against the ground, and order the child to put the perfume upon the censer, after which he is to place himself upon his knees before the altar, following in all things and throughout the instructions which I have given unto you in the last chapter of the 1st book, to which I am here referring. Humiliate yourself before God and his celestial court, and commence your prayer with fervor, for then it is that you will begin to inflame yourself in praying, and you will see appear an extraordinary and supernatural splendor which will fill the whole apartment, and will surround you with an inexpressible odor, and this alone will console you and comfort your heart, so that you shall call for ever happy the day of the Lord. Also the child will experience an admirable feeling of contentment in the presence of the angel. And you shall continue always your prayer, redoubling your ardor and fervor, and shall pray the holy angel that he may deign to sign, and write upon a small square plate of silver another sign if you shall have need of it in order to see him, and everything which you are to do. As soon as the angel shall have made the sign by writing, and that he shall have written down some other counsel which may be necessary unto you, he will disappear, but the splendor will remain. The which the child having observed, and made the sign thereof unto you, you shall command him to bring you quickly the little plate of silver, and that which you find written thereon you shall at once copy, and order the child to replace it upon the altar. Then you shall go forth from the oratory and leave the window open, and the lamp alight, and during this whole day you shall not enter into the oratory, but shall make preparation for the day following. And during the day you shall speak to none, nor make answer, even were it your own wife or children or servants, except to the child whom you can send away. Also you shall beforehand have set your affairs in order, and so arranged them that no embarrassment may be caused you thereby, which might distract your attention. In the evening when the sun shall be set, you shall eat but soberly, and then you shall go to rest alone, and you shall live separated from your wife during these days. During 7 days shall you perform the ceremonies without failing therein in any way, namely, the day of the consecration, the 3 days of the convocation of the good and holy spirits, and the 3 other days of the convocation of the evil spirits. Now the 2nd morning after, you are to be prepared to follow the counsel which the angel will have given you. You will go early unto the oratory. You will place the lighted charcoal and perfumes in the censer. You are to relight the lamp if it be extinguished, and wearing the same robe of mourning as of the day before, prostrate with your face towards the ground, you shall humbly pray unto and supplicate the Lord that he may have pity on you, and that he may deign to fulfill your prayer, that he will grant unto you the vision of his holy angels, and that the elect spirits may deign to grant unto you their familiar converse. And thus shall ye pray unto the utmost degree that shall be possible unto you, and with the greatest fervor that you can bring into action from your heart, and this during the space of 2 or 3 hours. Then quit the oratory, returning thither at midday for another hour, and equally again in the evening. Then you shall eat after the manner aforesaid, and go to rest. Understand also that the odor and the splendor will in no wise quit the oratory. The 3rd day being now arrived, you shall act thus. The evening you shall wash your whole body thoroughly, and in the morning, being dressed in your ordinary garments, you shall enter into the oratory, but with naked feet. Having placed the fire and the perfumes in the censer, and lighted the lamp, you shall put on the white vestment, and place yourself on your knees before the altar, to render thanks to God for all his benefits, and firstly for having granted unto you a treasure so great and so precious. You shall render thanks also unto the holy guardian angels, praying unto them that henceforward they will have you in their care for the whole period of your life, also that he will never abandon you, that he will lead you in the way of the Lord, and that he will watch carefully over you to assist you, and consent unto the present operation of the sacred magic, so that you shall have such force and virtue that you may be able to constrain the spirits accursed of God, unto the honor of your Creator, and for your own good and that of your neighbor. And then shall you first be able to put to the test whether you shall have well employed the period of your 6 moons, and how well and worthily you shall have labored in the quest of the wisdom of the Lord, since you shall see your guardian angel appear unto you in unequaled beauty, who also will converse with you, and speak in words so full of affection and of goodness, and with such sweetness, that no human tongue could express the same. He will animate you unto your great content in the fear of God, making you a recital of the blessings which you have received from God, and bringing unto your remembrance the sins by which you have offended him during the whole period of your life, will instruct you and give unto you the manner in which you shall be able to appease him by a pure, devout, and regulated life, and by honest and meritorious actions, and such things as God shall ordain unto you. After this he will show unto you the true wisdom and holy magic, and also wherein you have erred in your operation, and how thenceforward you should proceed in order to overcome the evil spirits, and finally arrive at your desired ends. He will promise never to abandon you, but to defend and assist you during the whole period of your life, on condition that you shall obey his commands, and that you shall not voluntarily offend your Creator. In one word, you shall be received by him with such affection that this description which I here give unto you shall appear a mere nothing in comparison. Now at this point I commence to restrict myself in my writing, seeing that by the grace of the Lord I have submitted and consigned you unto a master so great that he will never let you err. Observe that on the 3rd day you should remain in familiar conversation with your guardian angel. You should quit the oratory for a short time in the afternoon, remaining without about an hour. Then for the rest of the day you shall remain therein, receiving from the holy angel distinct and ample information regarding the evil spirits and the manner of bringing them into submission, carefully writing down and taking notes of all these matters. Now, the sun being set, you shall perform the evening orison with the ordinary perfume, giving thanks unto God in particular for the very great grace that he hath granted unto you in that day, there also supplicating him to be propitious unto you and to aid you during your whole life, so that you shall never be able to offend him. You shall also render thanks unto your guardian angel, and beseech him not to abandon you. The prayer being finished, you will see that the splendor will disappear. Then shall you quit the oratory, closing the door, but leaving the windows open and the lamp alight. You shall return as on the preceding days unto your apartment, where you shall modestly recreate yourself, and eat your necessary food. Then you shall go to rest until the following morning. Chapter 14. Concerning the convocation of the spirits, those of a material force, many being evil, some few inclined to good, most of a mixed nature, somewhat good, yet the evil predominating in their dispositions, though the following advice may be scarcely necessary for the most part, since I have already explained unto you all things necessary to be done, and also seeing that your guardian angel will have sufficiently instructed you in all that you should do, yet nevertheless I will here declare plainly certain matters unto you, with the idea rather of making the account of the operation complete in this book, and also to give you every opportunity of possessing the matter thoroughly through reading these things many times, so that having received the vision of the angel, you may find yourself thoroughly instructed in all the essential points. Having then reposed yourself during the night, you shall rise in the morning before dawn, and shall enter into the oratory, and having placed the lighted charcoal in the censer, light the lamp also. You shall then robe yourself, taking first the white vestment, and over this you shall put on that of silk and gold, then the girdle, and upon your head you shall place the crown, and you shall lay the wand upon the altar. Then, having put the perfume in the censer, you shall fall upon your knees, and pray unto Almighty God to grant you the grace to finish your operation unto the praise and glory of His holy name, and for your own use and that of your neighbor. Also you shall supplicate your guardian angel to aid you, and to govern your heart with his counsel, and all your senses. After this you shall take the wand in your right hand, and pray unto God to give unto this wand as much virtue, force, and power as He gave unto those of Moses, of Aaron, of Elijah, and of the other prophets whose number is infinite. Now place yourself beside the altar looking towards the door and the open terrace, or if you be in the country, place yourself at the western side, and commence by summoning the chief spirits and princes. But your angel will already have instructed you how to convoke them, and will have sufficiently impressed it on your heart. And as well in this as in the orison, we should never proceed and act by the mouth only or by written conjurations alone, but with a free heart and intrepid courage, because it is certain that there is more difficulty in convoking the evil spirits than the good, which latter usually appear more readily when they are first called, if it be by persons of good intent, while the evil spirits flee as much as possible all occasion of submitting themselves to man. This is wherefore he who wisheth to constrain them should be upon his guard, and follow out faithfully from point to point the instructions which his guardian angel will have given him, and that he impresseth them well upon his memory, following them from point to point, seeing that while no spirit good or evil can know the secrets of your heart, before you yourself bring the same to light, unless God who alone knoweth all things should manifest them, they nevertheless can penetrate into and understand that which you are thinking by means of your actions and your words. This is the reason why he who wisheth properly to convoke and conjure the spirits should first well consider the following conjuration, and afterward perform it with feeling and freely by heart, and not by writing, because in using that composed by others, the spirits thence judge that we ourselves are ignorant, and render themselves straightway more intractable and stubborn. The evil spirits be about you, though invisible, and they keenly examine whether he who conjureth them is courageous or timid, whether he is prudent, and whether he hath a true faith in God who can perform all things with ease. We can constrain them and force them to appear, but a few words ill-pronounced by an ill-intentioned person only produce an effect against the person himself who ignorantly pronounceth them, and an individual of such a character should in no way undertake this operation, for such would be the true way to make a mock of God and to tempt Him. Of the conjurations, I have many times repeated unto you that the fear of God is the principal subject of the instruction of your guardian angel, against which you should never commit any fault, even if it be but slight. Firstly, you should perform the conjuration in your mother tongue, or in a language that you well understand, and conjure the spirits by the authority of and their obedience to the holy patriarchs, rehearsing unto them examples of their ruin and fall, of the sentence which God hath pronounced against them, and of their obligation unto servitude, and how on one side and on another they have been vanquished by the good angels and by wise men, all which points you will have had plenty of opportunity to study in the sacred writings during the 6 moons. Also you shall menace them, in case they are unwilling to obey, with calling unto your aid the power of the holy angels over them. Your guardian angel will also have instructed you to perform this convocation with modesty, and in no wise to be timid, but courageous, yet in moderation, however, without too overbearing hardiness and bravery. And in case of their being inclined to resist, and unwilling to obey you, you must not on that account give way to anger, because thus you will only do injury to yourself, and they will ask nothing better, it being exactly what they would be endeavoring to do, but with an intrepid heart, and putting your whole trust in God, with a tranquil heart you shall exhort them to yield, letting them see that you have put all your confidence in the living and only God, reminding them how powerful and potent He is. Thus, therefore, govern yourself using prudence towards them, and communicate unto them also the form in the which you wish them to appear, the which you cannot determine, nor even themselves, but you ought the evening before to have demanded this from your guardian angel, who knoweth better than you your nature and constitution, and who understandeth the forms which can terrify you, and those of which you can support the sight. And you must not think that this can be done otherwise, as certain accursed persons write, that is to say, by means of seals and conjurations and superstitious figures and pentacles and other abominations written by diabolical enchanters, for this would be the coin wherewith the hideous Satan would buy you for his slave. But let your whole trust be in the arm, the power, and the force of God Almighty. Then shall you be in all safety, and the guard of your angel will defend you from all dangers. This is why you should have good courage, and have confidence that no adversity can happen unto you. Observing then the doctrine that your angel will have given unto you, and persevering in placing all your trust in God, at length they will appear in the form commanded upon the terrace, upon the sand, when, according to the advice and doctrine received from your holy angel, and as I will clearly teach you in the following chapter, you shall propound your demand, and you shall receive from them their oath. The spirits which we should convoke on the first day are the 4 superior princes, whose names will be written in the 19th chapter, and this is the conjuration of the first day. The conjuration of the second day. On the following day, having performed the ordinary orison, and the aforesaid ceremonies, you shall briefly repeat the aforesaid conjuration unto the said spirits, bringing to their remembrance their promises and oaths made on the preceding day to send unto you the 8 sub-princes, and address the conjuration unto all the 12 together, and in a little while they will appear visibly, the 8 sub-princes in the form which hath been commanded them, and they will promise and swear unto you, as will be more fully shown in the following chapter. The names of the 8 sub-princes are described hereafter in the 19th chapter. The conjuration of the third day. The conjuration of the third day is the same as that of the second day, seeing that we are then to remind the 8 sub-princes of their promises and oaths, and we are to call and convoke them with all their adherents, and then they do appear once more in visible forms. The whole particular cohorts of each will appear also invisibly, surrounding the 8 sub-princes. But while invoking God your Lord for strength and surety, and your holy angel for counsel and assistance, never forget what the latter will have taught you, for it is a necessary point. Here followeth the 15th chapter, which teacheth what we should demand from the spirits, who are divided into 3 classes. Chapter 15. concerning what you should demand of the spirits who are divided into 3 different troops and convoked on 3 separate days. The demands we should make to the spirits are of 3 different kinds. The first demand. The demand of the first day when the 4 superior princes shall have visibly appeared, you shall make according unto the order of the angel. Firstly, the proposition by what virtue, power, and authority you make your demands unto them, that is to say, by the virtue of God our Lord, who hath made them subject unto all his creatures, and brought them to your feet. Secondly, that your object is not at all a malign curiosity, but unto the honor and glory of God, and to your own good and that of all the human race. That further, every time that you shall summon them, by whatever sign or word, and in whatever time and place, and for whatever occasion and service, they shall have to appear immediately without any delay, and obey your commands. And that in case they shall have some legitimate hindrance hereto, they are to send unto you some other spirits, assigning then and there such as shall be capable and potent to accomplish and obey your will and your demand in their place. And that they shall promise and swear to observe this by the most rigorous judgment of God, and by the most severe punishment and chastisement of the holy angels inflicted upon them. And that they will consent to obey, and that the 4 sovereign princes will name unto you the 8 subprinces, whom they will send in their place to take the oath, as I have already said, to appear at once on the following morning when commanded by you, and that they will duly send the 8 subprinces. For greater certainty, quit the altar now, and go towards the door which openeth on to the terrace, advancing your right hand beyond. Make each one of them touch the wand, and take the oath upon that wand. The demand of the second day. The 8 subprinces being invoked, you shall make unto them the same demand and the same admonition which you have made unto the 4 sovereign princes. And further you shall request from these 4, that is to say, from Oriens, Paimon, Aretin, and Amamin, that each of them shall assign and consign unto you your familiar spirit, which from the day of your birth they are compelled to give unto you. These will be given and furnished unto you with their dependents, and will afterwards obey you. It is for you to demand from these the other spirits which you may wish to have, but seeing that they be infinite in number, and one more skillful in service than another, one for one matter, another for another, you shall make a selection of the spirits whom you wish, and you shall put outside upon the terrace a written list of their names for the 8 subprinces, and you shall require from these the oath, as you did from the 4 superior princes, that the following morning they shall have to appear before you together with all the spirits whose names you shall have given in writing, and also your familiar spirits. The demand of the third day. The 8 subprinces having presented all the spirits as you have directed them, you shall command that Astaroth with all his following shall appear visibly in the form which the angel shall have prescribed unto you, and immediately you shall see a great army, and all under the same form. You shall propound unto them the same demand, which you have already made unto the princes, and you shall cause them to take oath to observe the same, that is to say, that every time that you shall call one of them by his name, that he shall at once appear in such form and place as shall please you, and that he shall punctually execute that which you shall have commanded him. All having sworn, you shall put outside the entry of the door all the signs of the 3rd book which belong unto Astaroth alone, and make him swear thereon, also ordaining unto them, that in cases when it may not seem fit unto you to command them verbally, that as soon as you shall take one of these signs in your hand and move it from its place, that the spirit marked in the sign shall do and execute that which the sign beareth, and that which your intimation joined thereto shall indicate. Also, that in the case that in the sign none of them shall be specially named, that all in general shall be obliged promptly and readily to perform the operation commanded, and that if also in the time to come other symbols be made by you which be not here included, that then also they shall be equally bound to observe and execute them also. And when the oath hath been taken, Cause the prince in the name of the rest to touch the wand. After this, remove those symbols from the doorway and call Magog, and after him Asmodee, and lastly Beelzebub, and act with all these as you have done with Astaroth, and all their symbols having been sworn unto, put them aside in order in a certain place, so arranged that you can easily distinguish one from another, as regards the subject, operation, or effect, for which they have been made, and unto which they belong. This being done, you shall call Astaroth and Asmodee together, with their common servitors, and shall propound unto them their symbols, and having made them swear in the forementioned manner, you shall call in similar fashion Asmodee and Magog, with their servitors, and shall make them take oath upon their signs in the aforesaid manner. And thus shall you observe this method with the 4 other subprinces, but first of all convoke them with their common servitors, and make them swear upon the common signs, then Abramelin and Aretin together, and finally each one apart, as in the first case. And when you have put back all the symbols into their proper place, request from each of these last for your familiar spirit, and make them repeat its name, which you shall at once write down, together with the time during which they shall be obliged to serve you. Then you shall propound unto them the signs of the 5th chapter of the 3rd book, and shall make them not only swear upon these symbols, but also each one, that from this time forward he will observe duly and with diligence the 6 hours destined, and you shall cause them to promise to serve you with fidelity, performing all which they are obliged to do, and that you shall command there, and that they shall not in the slightest degree be false and lying as regardeth you. Also, that if by chance you should assign over one of them unto another person, that he shall act as faithfully by him as by yourself. And lastly, that they are to fulfill, perform, and execute that which God for their chastisement hath destined unto them for sentence. You shall then observe this form with all the princes, and until all the symbols shall be sworn to, with the 4 familiar spirits and the others dominating. Chapter 16. Concerning the sending them away. Concerning the sending away of the spirits as well during the 3 days as hereafter. It is not necessary to observe many ceremonies in order to send away the spirits, because they themselves are only too glad to be far away from you. This is wherefore you need not otherwise I sense them to depart, that is to say that during the 3 days, having finished speaking with the 4 sovereign princes, and afterwards with the 8 subprinces, and received their oath, you shall say unto them that for the present they can go unto their destined place, and that every time that they shall be summoned, let them remember their oath made upon the symbols. And you shall send away the familiar spirits and all other spirits with the aforesaid words. It is true, however, that as regardeth the familiar spirits you shall tell them that at the time when they are on guard duty they shall remain near you visible or invisible, in whatever form shall please you, in order to serve you during the destined 6 hours. Chapter 17. What we should answer unto the interrogations of the spirits, and how we should resist their demands. The wicked devil knoweth full well that you are in no way obliged unto him, and that you have commenced this operation under the grace and mercy of God, and under the protection and defense of the holy angels. Nevertheless, he will not fail to try his fortune, and he will seek to turn you aside from the veritable path. But be you constant and courageous, and swerve not in any way, either to the right hand or to the left. If he showeth himself proud with you, render unto him the like, and in your turn show him your pride. If he be humble, be in no wise too rude and severe toward him, but be moderate in all things. If he asketh you some matter, you shall make answer unto him according to the instruction which the guardian angel shall have given you. And understand that the 4 princes, more than all the rest, will powerfully tempt you, saying unto you, Who is he who hath given thee so great authority? They will reproach you with your hardihood and presumption in summoning them, knowing how powerful they are, and contrariwise, how weak and sinful you yourself are. They will reproach you with your sins, and will especially seek to dispute with you concerning your religion and your faith in God. If you be a Jew, they will tell you that your faith and your religion have been refuted by God himself, and that you observe not the true law as it should be. Also, if you be a pagan, they will say, What hath God to do with you or his creatures either, seeing that you know not God? If you be a Christian, they will say unto you, What business is it of yours to have to do with Hebrew ceremonies which are tainted with idolatry, and the like? But let none of this disquiet you in the least. Answer them in few words and laughingly, that it is none of their business to discuss these matters with you, and to deliver their opinions concerning them, and that although you may be a worthless wretch and a great sinner, you will yet hope that the true and only God, who hath created the heaven and the earth, and who hath condemned them and brought them into submission under your feet, will forgive you your sins, both now and in future, whatever may be the religion which you profess. Further, that you wish to know, understand, confess, and honor no other than the great and only God, the Lord of light, by whose power, virtue, and authority you command them to obey you. When you shall have spoken unto them thus, then will they sing another song, telling you that if you wish them to serve and to be obedient unto you, that you must first come to terms with them. Then shall you answer them on this wise. God our Lord hath condemned and sentenced you to serve me, and I do not treat as an equal with those who are accustomed to obey. Then will they demand of you some sacrifice or courtesy if you wish to be served and obeyed promptly. You shall reply that sacrifice is not to be made unto them, but rather unto the only God. They will then entreat you not to hinder or bring to shame by means of this wisdom any of their devotees and enchanters in their operations and enchantments. You shall then make answer that you are obliged to pursue the enemies of God and the Lord, and to repress their malice, and also to save and defend your neighbor, and any who are offended and hurt by them. Then with much verbiage, and an infinitude of different ways will they make severe attacks upon you, and even the familiar spirits will rise up against you in their turn. These latter will demand and beseech of you that you will in no way give them over unto others. Hold firm, however, and promise nothing either to one class or another, but reply to them that every true and brave man is obliged to aid and serve his friends to the best of his ability, and with all his possessions, among the which they must assuredly also be comprised. When at length they see that they have lost all hope of making you prevaricate, and that they can obtain nothing notwithstanding all their requests, they will definitely surrender, and will ask nothing else of you unless it be that you shall not be too rude and insulting in commanding them. You shall make answer to this, that if they prove themselves to be obedient and prompt in serving you, that it may be that your angel, by whose instruction and command you are governing yourself, may instruct you not to be so rigid and severe with them if they shall obey, and that in such case you will act as may be right. Chapter 18. How he who operateth should behave as regardeth the spirits. We have already seen how one should constrain the spirits, and what one should ask of them, also how to dismiss them without hurt, and how we should make answer lull unto their demands and presentments. All that I am about to say unto you now is superfluous, because it is certain that anyone who shall have observed with a true heart and firm resolution the advice which I have given regarding the 6 moons, will be instructed with so much thoroughness and clearness by his guardian angel, that no doubtful point will present itself which he will not be able easily to clear up of himself. We have also already sufficiently shown how on every or any occasion, he who operateth should comport himself as regardeth the spirits, that is to say as their lord, and not as their servitor. Yet in all matters there should be a reasonable mean, seeing that we are not treating with men, but with spirits of whom each one knoweth more than the whole universe together. Now if you shall make some demand unto a spirit, and he shall refuse to execute it, First well and carefully examine and consider whether it be in the power and nature of the Spirit to whom you make such demand, to fulfill the same. For one Spirit knoweth not all things, and that which appertaineth unto the one, another knoweth not. For this reason, see that ye well take heed before endeavoring to force them to perform a matter. Yet if, however, the inferior spirits be disobedient, you shall call their superiors, and remind them of the oaths which they have taken unto you, and of the chastisement which awaiteth the breaking of such vows. And immediately, on beholding your steadfastness, they will obey you, but should they not, you ought then to invoke your guardian angel, whose chastisement they will quickly feel. Yet, notwithstanding, we should never employ harsh means, in order to have that which we can obtain by gentleness and courtesy. If during the invocation they should appear with tumult and insolence, fear nothing, neither give way to anger, but appear to make no account thereof. Only show them the consecrated wand, and if they continue to make a disturbance, smite upon the altar twice or thrice therewith, and all will be still. It should be noted that after you shall have licensed them to depart, and they shall have disappeared, you shall take the censer from the top of the altar, and having put perfume therein, take it out of the oratory onto the terrace whereon the spirits shall have appeared, and you shall perfume the place all round, for otherwise the spirits might work some evil unto persons entering by chance therein. Now should you be willing to content yourself with the symbols which be in the third book here following, you shall the day after take away all the sand from the terrace and cast it into a secret place, but above all things take care not to throw it either into a river or into the navigable sea. But should you desire to procure for yourself various other symbols and secrets, leave the sand and all things in place, as we shall also describe more particularly in the last chapter. Also, should you wish it, you can retain your arrangements in place, and keep the apartment of the oratory proper and clean, as well as the altar, which latter you may place in a corner, should it incommode you in the center of the room. For in this apartment, if it be not contaminated nor profaned, you may every Saturday enjoy the presence of your guardian angel, the which is one of the most sublime things which you can desire in this sacred art. Chapter 19. A descriptive list of the names of the spirits whom we may summon to obtain that which we desire. I will here give a very exact description of many spirits, the which either altogether or in part, or else as many of them as you may wish, you should give written upon paper unto the 8 sub-princes, on the 2nd day of the conjuration. Now all these be those who will appear on the 3rd day, together with their princes. And these be not vile, base, and common, but of rank, industrious, and very prompt unto an infinitude of things. Now their names have been manifested and discovered by the angels, and if you should wish for more, the angel will augment them for you as far as you shall wish, seeing that their number is infinite. The 4 princes and superior spirits be Lucifer, Leviathan, Satan, Belial. The 8 sub-princes be Astaroth, Magog, Asmodee, Beelzebub, Orions, Paimon, Araton, Amamen. The spirits common unto these 4 sub-princes, namely, Orions, Hosen, Achuar, Nilon, Mulak, Melna, Shabuak, Sked, Sakiel, Asperim, Kolen, Perek, Trapus, Parrot, Elmes, Nuthan, Tagnon, Lyrian, Lazaman, Astraga, Igarak, Akalike, Harel, Iraron, Lagasuf, Romags, Kellen, Platian, Ramarats, Paimon, Seraph, Tirana, Morel, Malutans, Melher, Mermo, Exelin, Mashal, Kadini, Chuschi, Rakir, Najid, Amphastasin, Asmiel, Lomial, Parmetis, Plagit, Ragras, Peruser, Jaloma, Iskal, Catalan, Elagas, Alagas, Primacos, Aranuts, Atlaton, Nogan, Eriton, Proxosos, Aluf, Tracy, Eparchas, Ruach, Melamud, Mansions, Peruch, Torphora, Tasma, Nogar, Ethanim, Parasa, Erminon, Imink, Ierison, Ajalin, Igilin, Igis, Killick, Elzagan, Iogian, Balalos, Alpas, Metaphel, Najin, Aferorp, Molin, Amaman, Habhai, Nurkame, Iniah, Nuditan, Appelhun, Poder, Obadama, Dekkal, Badad, Pakhid, Adon, Padid, Jeravil, Astral, Plyrock, Gorilon, Terados, Gosigas, Aharam, Remoron, Ipakal, Zeragil, Oroya, Soterian, Dariskon, Tulit, Morilen. These be the spirits common unto Astaroth and Asmodee. Emmanuel, Orinal, Timera, Dramas, Amalin, Kirik, Bubana, Buk, Ronner, Semlin, Ambalin, Abuts, Extran, Labu, Corcoran, Ethan, Terret, Dablat, Burial, Oman, Karash, Demergos, Rajial, L'Oreal, Isagy, Tyron, Darakin, Horinar, Abahine, Goleg, Guagaman, Lajinx, Edelize, Ajay, Lemel, Eudaman, Bealot, Gagalos, Ragalim, Finaxos, Akanef, Omiges, Agrax, Sagars, Afray, Ugales, Hermiala, Halagax, Guganix, Opilm, Dagular, Pachii, Nimelin. These be the spirits common unto Amaman and Eriton. Hogies, Ajabal, Rigalin, Graceman, Elephon, Trisaga, Gagalin, Clerica, Eliton, Paphesla. These be the spirits in common between Asmodee and Mago. Tun, Magog, Diopos, Disalel, Burial, Siphon, Kale, Magiros, Sartabachim, Lundo, Sob, Inokos, Mabakil, Apot, Open. The following be those of Astaroth: Amon, Camel, Toxai, Cat Aaron, Rax, Gonajan, Skelegon, Jannar, Isiamon, Bahal, Derek, Iskagas, Galin, Grominus, Rigios, Nimrix, Herg, Argelin, Okiri, Fagani, Hippolos, Ilson, Kaminix, Baphomal, Allen, Aperminos, Ambalat, Cordas, Eugerpen, Ariex, Lepica, Kalof. These be those of Mago and Kore. Natrin, Catolin, Lusaf, Masab, Urigo, Fatcherab, Firstbus, Beruel, Uberin, But Arab, Iskaron, Odax, Roller, Eroder, Hemis, Arparon, Arabin, Supapas, Forte Sun, Dulid, Soriolinin, Megalak, Anagodos, Sakastan, Pechanoff Mantan, Meckelbach, Tigraphon, Tagora, Debam, Tyrame, Irix, Medale, Abadrin, Pandoli, Nenazem, Kobel, Sobel, Labanetan, Arioth, Marag, Camusel, Kaitar, Sharak, Mesodal, Aguilas, Kolam, Kilagil, Coridon, Hepagon, Doglas, Hadjan, Egakire, Perimer, Alizerman, Rymog, Horminos, Hagag, Mimosa, Amchizan, Ilarax, Makalos, Locator, Calvum, Baternes, those of Asmodee B. One, Ormian, Precious, Magid, Sklavic, Mebisser, Baccaron, Holba, Heferion, Jalarian, Inuri, Abadir, Sparionat, Udifa, Omet, Sarah. These be those of Belzebud: Alcaner, Amatia, Bilifares, Lamarion, Diralison, Lycanon, Dimirag, Elponin, Ergamen, Godaphan, Nimmerup, Carlina, Lamalon, Igurim, Achium, Doric, Tachon, Iconach, Kemal, Bilico, Tromes, Balfori, Arolin, Larochi, Nomenon, Iami, Aragor, Halastri, Hacamuli, Samelo, Plizin, Radraf, Boral, Sarasma, Corylon, Graymon, Magalast, Zagalo, Polypus, Natales, Namaros, Adderall, Kabata, Kapokes, Orgasil, Archon, Ambalin, Lamalin, Bilifor. These be of Orions, Saricel, Gasserons, Sarasma, Turtle, Balakan, Gagison, Maphalak, Agab. These be of Paimon, Aglaphos, Agaphali, Dyson, Acanuel, Suderon, Cabursa, Eberon, Zalons, Ugala, Came, Raffles, Manalik, Takaros, Astalit, Rukum. These be of Eriton, Anator, Ekarok, Sibylas, Saris, Sekabin, Karamos, Rosaran, Sapison, Nodasur, Flaxen, Harambrub, Megalosin, Milium, Elemlis, Gallic, Androkos, Maranton, Karen, Reginon, Illyrian, Sirmiat, Erminos. These be those of Amamen, Romrock, Ramison, Skrylus, Burial, Teralim, Burison, Akasoli, Erikia, Illyricum, Labasai, Akoros, Mames, Glisai, Vision, Ephregus, Apelki, Dollop, Drasop, Hergodus, Nilima, Orions, Paimon, Eriton. Amamen equals 111. Ashtaroth and Asmodeus equals 53. Amamen and Eriton equals 10. Asmodeus and Magoth equals 15. Ashtaroth equals 32. Magoth and Kore equals 65. Asmodeus equals 16. Beelzebub equals 49. Orions equals 8. Paimon equals 15. Eriton equals 22. Amamen equals 20. Total of names of servient spirits equals 316. Infinite be the spirits which I could have here set down, but in order not to make any confusion, I have thought fit to put only those whom I have myself employed, and whom I have found good and faithful in all the operations wherein I have availed myself of them. Also it is true that he who shall perform this operation will be able thereafter, according to his need, to obtain more. Chapter 20. How the operations should be performed. The aforesaid operation being finished, it is necessary, in order to render this instruction complete, to say how we should manage the operations which he who operateth wisheth to put into practice. Firstly, then, having come unto the end, and having obtained all that is necessary, you cannot sufficiently praise and honor God, and his most holy name, even although you had 1,000 tongues, neither also can you sufficiently magnify and thank your holy angel guardian as he meriteth. However, you ought to render thanks proportionate to your estate and to the great treasure which you have received. It is necessary also that you should fully understand how you ought to enjoy these immense riches, so that they may not be in your hands unfruitful or even harmful, because this art is like a sword in your hand, capable of serving for all kinds of evil and for hurt unto your neighbor, but in putting it into practice for that sole end for which it hath been made, namely for vanquishing therewith the demon and enemies, then shall you be making a good use hereof. I wish also further to give you some instruction upon certain necessary and principal points. The operation of the spirits being finished, you shall continue a whole week to praise God, and as regardeth yourself personally, You shall do no servile work during the 7 days. Neither shall you make any convocation of the spirits in general, nor of the familiars, and afterwards, when the 7 days be past, you shall commence to exercise your power, as shall be hereafter said. Take heed before all things to perform no magical operation soever, or invocations of the spirits on the Sabbath day, during the whole period of your life, seeing that that day is consecrated unto God, and is the day on which you should repose and sanctify yourself, and you should solemnize it by prayers. Keep yourself as you would from the eternal fire, from manifesting unto any living being that which your guardian angel shall have confided unto you, excepting unto him who hath given unto you the operation, unto whom you have as it were a greater obligation than unto your own father. As far as lieth in your power, take heed in no way to make use of this art against your neighbor, except for a just vengeance, although I counsel you even in this particular to imitate God, who pardoneth even you yourself, and there is not in the world a more meritorious action than to pardon. In the case of your angel dissuading you from some operation, and forbidding you to do the same, keep well from becoming obstinate therein, for you would in such a case ever repent it. Fly all kinds of science, magic, and enchantments, because they be all diabolical inventions. Also put no trust in books which teach them, though in appearance they may seem reliable to you, for these be nets which the perfidious Belial stretcheth out to take you. In conversing with spirits good or evil, never employ words which you do not understand, because even so will you have shame and hurt. You shall never demand of your guardian angel any symbol wherewith to operate for an evil end, seeing that you would grieve him. You will find only too many persons who will beseech you to do thus. See that you do it not. Accustom yourself as much as possible to purity of body and cleanliness of raiment, seeing that this is very necessary, for the spirits, both good and evil alike, love purity. As far as possible shun the employment of your wisdom for others in evil things, but first well consider him to whom you would render a service, because it often happeneth, that in doing service unto another one worketh evil for oneself. In no way attempt to procure the operation of the holy angels unless you have extreme need thereof, seeing that these holy angels be so far above you that it is useless for you to wish to compare yourself unto them, you being nothing in comparison of them who are the angels of God. If the operations can be performed by the familiar spirits, it is not necessary to employ others therein. Though it should be an easy matter for you to employ your familiars to annoy your neighbor, seek to abstain therefrom, unless it were to repress the insolence of such as might attempt aught against you personally. Never keep the familiar spirits in idleness, and should you wish to give one over unto any person, see that such person be distinguished and meritorious, for they love not to serve those of base and common condition. But should such person unto I whom you give them have made some express pact, in such case the familiar spirits will fly in haste to serve him. These 3 books of this present operation ought to be read and reread an infinitude of times, so that in the space of 6 months before commencing, he who operateth should be fully instructed and informed therein, and if he be not a Jew, he should further be conversant with many of the customs and ceremonies which this operation demandeth, so as to become accustomed unto that retirement which is so necessary and useful. Should he who performeth this operation during the 6 months or moons commit voluntarily any mortal sin prohibited by the tables of the law, be certain that he will never receive this wisdom. Sleep in the daytime is entirely forbidden, unless absolutely requisite, owing to some infirmity, or to old age, or to debility of constitution, for God is always willing to employ mercy towards mankind, because of their infirmities. If you have not the fixed intention of continuing the operation, I counsel you on no account to commence it, because the Lord doth not care to be mocked, and he chastiseth with corporal maladies those who make a mock of him. Howbeit, he who is hindered from continuing through some unforeseen accident, sinneth in no way. It is impossible for him who hath passed 50 years of age to undertake this operation. Thus also was it the custom in the true and ancient Jewish law concerning the priesthood. Also, he should not be less than 25 years of age. You shall not permit the familiar spirits to familiarize themselves too much with you, through your disputing and arguing with them, because they will propound so many affairs and things at once as to confound and trouble the mind. With the familiar spirits you should not make use of the symbols of the third book, unless it be those of the 5th chapter thereof. But if you desire anything, command them aloud to perform it. Never commence many operations at once and in the same time, but when you have finished one then begin another, until you are perfect in the practice, for an apprentice artist doth not become a master suddenly, but little by little. Without reasons of the very last importance, the 4 princes or the 8 sub-princes should never be summoned, because we must make a great distinction between these and the others. In operating, as rarely as possible insist upon the spirits appearing visibly, and thus you will work all the better, for it should suffice you for them to say and do what you wish. All prayers, orations, invocations, and conjurations, and in fact everything you have to say, should be pronounced aloud and clearly, without however shouting like a madman, but speaking clearly and naturally, and pronouncing distinctly. During the 6 moons you shall sweep the oratory every Sabbath eve, and keep it strictly clean, for it is a place dedicated unto the holy and pure angels. Take heed that you commence no operation at night if it be important, unless the need be very pressing. Your only object during your whole life should be to shun as far as possible an ill-regulated life, and especially the vices of debauchery, gluttony, and drunkenness. Having completed the operation, and being now the possessor of the true wisdom, you shall fast 3 days before commencing to put it in practice. Every year you should make a commemoration of the signal benefit which the Lord hath conferred upon you, at such time feasting, praying, and honoring your guardian angel that day with your whole strength. During the 3 days on which you constrain the spirits you shall fast, for this is essential, so that when you are working you may find yourself freer and more tranquil both in body and mind. Note that the fasts are to be understood as commencing always from the first nocturnal star, and not otherwise. Keep as an indubitable precept never to give this operation unto a monarch, because Solomon was the first who abused it, and if you should do the contrary, both you and your successors would alike lose the grace hereof. With regard to this command, I myself having been sought by the Emperor Sigismund, gave him willingly the best familiar spirit which I had, but I steadily refused to give him the operation, and it should not be given unto emperors, kings, or other sovereigns. You may assuredly give, but it is not permissible to sell this, for this would be to abuse the grace of the Lord who hath given it unto you, and should you act contrariwise unto this, you would lose its control. Should you perform this operation in a town, you should take a house which is not at all overlooked by anyone, seeing that in this present-day curiosity is so strong that you ought to be upon your guard, and there ought to be a garden wherein you can take exercise. Take well heed during the 6 moons or months to lose no blood from your body, except that which the expulsive virtue in you may expel naturally of its own accord. Finally, during that whole time, you shall touch no dead body of any description soever. You shall eat during this whole period neither the flesh nor the blood of any dead animal, and this you shall do for a certain particular reason. You shall bind by an oath him unto whom you shall give this operation, neither to give nor sell it unto any avowed atheist or blasphemer of God. You shall fast for 3 days before giving the operation unto any, and he who shall receive it shall do likewise, and he also shall hand over unto you at the same time the sum of 10 golden florins, or their value, the which you should with your own hand distribute unto poor persons whom you shall charge to repeat the psalms, Miserere mei Deus, etc. Have mercy upon me, O God and the de profundis, etc. Out of the depths. It will be a good thing, and one which will facilitate the operation, for you to repeat all the Psalms of David, seeing that they contain great power and virtue, and to say them at least twice in the week. Also you shall shun gaming as you would the plague, because it ever is an occasion of blasphemy. Also during this time prayer, and the study of the sacred books, should take the place of gaming with you. All this advice, and much more which you would be certain to receive from your angel guardian, I have here set down, so that by observing the same perfectly, without failing in the slightest particular, you shall at the end of the operation find the value thereof. I am now, therefore, about to give you distinct and sufficient information how to employ the symbols and how to proceed if you wish to acquire others. You are then to understand that once he who operateth hath the power, it is not necessary to use written symbols, but it may suffice to name aloud the name of the Spirit, and the form in which you wish him to appear visibly, because once they have taken oath, this sufficeth. These symbols, then, be made for you to avail yourself of them when you be in the company of other persons. Also you must have them upon you, so that in touching or handling them simply, they may represent your wish. Immediately then he unto whom the symbol appertaineth will serve you punctually. But if you should desire something special which is in no way connected with or named in the symbol, it will be by jeu. Here is evidently meant gaming or gambling, and not simple recreation and amusement, which latter would be almost a necessity during this period, to prevent the brain giving way from the intense nervous strain. Necessary to signify the same at least by showing your desire by 2 or 3 words. And here it is well to observe, that if you use prudence, you can often reason with those persons who be with you in such a manner that the spirits, having however been beforehand invoked by you, will understand what they are to do, but it is necessary to discover your intent unto them by words. For they be of such great intelligence, that from a single word or a single motive, they can draw the construction of the whole matter, and although they cannot penetrate into the inmost parts of the human mind, yet nevertheless by their astuteness and subtlety they be so adroit that they comprehend by perceptible signs the wish of the person in question. But when it is a grave and important matter, you should retire into a secret place apart, provided it be appropriate, for any place is good to invoke the spirits proper unto the operation. There give them their commission regarding that which you wish them to perform, the which they will either execute then or in the days following. But always give them the signal by word of mouth, or in any other manner that may be pleasing unto you, whenever you wish them to begin to operate. Thus did Abramelin in Egypt, Joseph in Paris, and as for myself, I have always acted in the same manner. I have also made myself a very great man, and especially one who hath been of service unto princes and great lords. I will hereafter tell clearly what operations belong unto this or unto that spirit, and how it is necessary to act. Now will I teach you how all those which be in this book, as well as those which you will receive from the spirits, ought to be written down and acquired. For the number of operations is infinite, and it would be an impossibility to set them all down in this work. If therefore you should wish to perform certain fresh operations by the use of a symbol not set down in any way in the 3rd book, you shall make the demand thereof from your guardian angel in this manner. Fast the day before, and on the following morning you, being well washed, shall enter into the oratory, put on the white tunic, illumine the lamp, and put the perfume in the censer. Then lay the layman of silver upon the altar, whereof the 2 angles shall be touched with the holy anointing oil. Fall upon your knees and make your orison unto the Lord, rendering unto him grace for the benefits which you have received in general. Then shall you supplicate him to be willing to send unto you your holy angel, that he may instruct you in your ignorance, and that he may deign to grant your demand. After this, invoke your holy guardian angel, and pray him to favor you with his vision, and to instruct you how you should design and prepare the symbol of the operation desired. Also you shall remain in prayer until you shall see appear in the room the splendor of your angel. Then wait to see if he shall expound or command anything touching the form of the symbol demanded. And when you have finished your supplication, arise and go to the plate of silver, whereon you shall find written as it were in drops of dew, like a sweat exuding therefrom, the symbol as you ought to make it, together with the name of the spirit who should serve you for this operation, or else that of his prince. And without touching or moving the layman, copy at once the symbol just as it appeareth, and leave the plate of metal upon the altar until the even, at the which time, after having made your ordinary orison, and returned your thanks, you shall put it away in a piece of clean silk. The most convenient day for procuring these symbols is the Sabbath, because by such an operation we do not in any way violate, neither do we injure the same at all. Also we can prepare all things necessary the day before. But if the angel should not appear, and should not in any way manifest unto you the symbol, then may you be certain that the pretended operation, although it may appear good in your eyes, is not so considered by God and by your guardian angel, and in such case you shall change your demands. Now, as regardeth the symbols for evil operations, these shall you obtain more easily, seeing that after the perfume, there is nothing else to do but to make your orisons. Then being clad in your white tunic, you shall put on over it the silken vestment and the girdle, and after that the crown, taking the wand in your hand, and placing yourself at the side of the altar towards the terrace. Then, holding the wand, conjure in the same manner as you did on the second day. And when the spirits shall have appeared, you shall command them in no way to quit the place, until they shall have manifested unto you the symbol of the operation which you desire, together with the names of the spirits capable of putting the same into execution, together with their symbols. And then you shall see the prince unto whom the operation appertaineth a vow, write, and sign upon the sand the symbol, together with the name of the spirit who is to serve for this operation. Then shall you take the surety and oath of the prince upon the symbol, and also of his ministers, as you will have previously done in accordance with the 14th chapter. And should several symbols be given, make them take oath upon them all. This being done, you can dismiss them in the manner we have already described, taking heed before this to copy the symbols which they shall have traced upon the sand, because in departing they will destroy the same. And when they have gone, take the censer and perfume the place, as before said. I do not, however, write this so that you may hereby, as well as by the use of certain of the symbols described in the third book, work evil. I have in no way written them down for such an end, but only that you may understand the full perfection of this art, and what we can herewith perform. For the evil spirits be exceeding prompt and exceeding obedient in the working of evil. It is to be wished that they were as much so for the good. However, take heed that you be upon your guard. And remember, that as there is a God to write these aforesaid symbols, there is no particular preparation necessary of pens, of ink, and of paper, nor yet of elections of particular days, nor other things to be observed, which the false magicians and enchanters of the devil would have you believe. It sufficeth that the symbols should be clearly written with any kind of ink and pen, provided that we may easily discern unto what operation each sign appertaineth, the which also you can easily do by means of a properly arranged and drawn-up register of them. But the greatest part of the symbols of the third book I counsel you to make before commencing the operation, keeping them until that time in the interior of the altar. And after that the spirits shall have taken oath thereupon, you shall carefully keep in a safe place, where they can neither be seen nor touched by any other person, because thus great harm might befall such person. Now will we declare unto you what symbols be manifested by the good angels and what by the evil, and unto what prince each operation is subject, and lastly what should be observed as regardeth each symbol. Appendix 1. Employment of a child clairvoyant by Cagliostro. The well-known Joseph Balsamo, Count Cagliostro, is said to have been born at Palermo in 1743. On his trial at Rome in 1790 and at Zurich in 1791, he was accused of having practiced all kinds of impositions, of gold-making, and of possessing the secret of prolonging life, of teaching Kabbalistic arts, of summoning and exorcising spirits, of having actually foretold future things, especially in small and secret assemblies, and chiefly by means of a little boy whom he took aside with him into a separate room, in order to fit him for divining. With regard to the manner in which he employed this child clairvoyant, the documents of the trial give the following information. This child had to kneel before a small table, on which a vessel of water and some lighted candles were placed. He then instructed the boy to look into the vessel of water, and so commenced his conjurations. He next laid his hand on the head of the child, and in this position addressed a prayer to God for a successful issue of the experiment. The child now became clairvoyant and said at first that he saw something white, then that he saw visions, an angel, etc. Again, the documents say that he worked through the usual ceremonies, and that all was wonderfully corroborated through the appearance of the angel. Cagliostro is also said at Milan to have availed himself of the services of an orphan maiden of marriageable age as clairvoyant. It will be remarked that this modus operandi differs strongly from that employed by the mesmerists and hypnotists of today with their clairvoyance. For here the whole force of the operator was concentrated on a magical ritual of evocation, the hand being merely laid on the child's head to form a link, and it in no way appears that the child was reduced to the miserable condition of automatic trance now practiced, and which a really advanced occultist would be the first to condemn as knowing its dangers. On the other hand, there seems to be a distinct similarity between Cagliostro's method and the system of Oriental divination called the Mendal, to which I have previously referred. Appendix 2. Examples of other methods of angelic evocation. For the benefit of the occult student, I here give two other systems of angelic evocation. The first is taken from that part of the book called Barrett's Magus, which is entitled The Key to Ceremonial Magic. The second is copied from my Key of Solomon the King. From the Perfection and Key of Ceremonial Magic, being the second part of the second book of the Magus or Celestial Intelligencer, by Francis Barrett. The good spirits may be invocate of us or by us, divers ways, and they in sundry shapes and manners offer themselves to us. For they openly speak to those that watch, and do offer themselves to our sight, or do inform us by dreams and by oracle of those things which we have a great desire to know. Whoever therefore would call any good spirit to speak or appear in sight, he must particularly observe two things, one whereof is about the disposition of the invocant, the other concerning those things which are outwardly to be adhibited to the invocation for the conformity of the spirit to be called. It is necessary, therefore, that the invocant religiously dispose himself for the space of many days to such a mystery, and to conserve himself during the time chaste, abstinent, and to abstract himself as much as he can from all manner of foreign and secular business. Likewise he should observe fasting, as much as shall seem convenient to him, and let him daily, between sun-rising and setting, being clothed in pure white linen, 7 times call upon God, and make a deprecation unto the angels to be called and invocate according to the rule which we have before taught. Now the number of days of fasting and preparation is commonly 1 month, the time of a whole lunation. Now, in the Kabbalah we generally prepare ourselves 40 days before. Now concerning the place, it must be chosen clean, pure, close, quiet, free from all manner of noise, and not subject to any stranger's sight. This place must first of all be exorcised and consecrated, and let there be a table or altar placed therein, covered with a clean white linen cloth, and set towards the east. And on each side thereof place 2 consecrated wax lights burning. The flame thereof ought not to go out all these days. In the middle of the altar let there be placed lamens, or the holy paper we have before described, covered with fine linen, which is not to be opened until the end of the days of consecration. You shall also have in readiness a precious perfume and a pyre anointing oil, and let them both be kept consecrated. Then set a censer on the head of the altar, wherein you shall kindle the holy fire, and make a precious perfume every day that you pray. Now for your habit you shall have a long garment of white linen, close before and behind, which may come down quite over the feet, and gird yourself about the loins with a girdle. You shall likewise have a veil made of pure white linen on which must be wrote in a gilt lamen the name Tetragrammaton. All which things are to be consecrated and sanctified in order. But you must not go into this holy place till it be first washed and covered with a cloth new and clean, and then you may enter, but with your feet naked and bare, and when you enter therein you shall sprinkle with holy water, then make a perfume upon the altar, and then on your knees pray before the altar as we have directed. Now when the time is expired on the last day, you shall fast more strictly, and fasting on the day following, at the rising of the sun, enter the holy place, using the ceremonies before spoken of, first by sprinkling thyself, then, making a perfume, you shall sign the cross with holy oil on the forehead, and anoint your eyes, using prayer in all these consecrations. Then open the lamen and pray before the altar upon your knees, and then an invocation may be made as follows. An invocation of the good spirits, and the name of the blessed and holy Trinity, I do desire ye, strong and mighty angels, that if it be the divine will of him who is called Tetragrammaton, etc., the holy God, the Father, that ye take upon ye some shape as best becometh your celestial nature, and appear to us visibly here in this place, and answer our demands, in as far as we shall not transgress the bounds of the divine mercy and goodness, by requesting unlawful knowledge, but that thou wilt graciously shew us what things are most profitable for us to know and do, to the glory and honor of his divine majesty, who liveth and reigneth world without end. Amen. Lord, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Make clean our hearts within us, and take not thy Holy Spirit from us. O Lord, by thy name we have called them, suffer them to administer unto us, and that all things may work together for thy honor and glory, to whom with thee, the Son and blessed Spirit, be ascribed all might, majesty, and dominion, world without end. Amen. The invocation being made, the good angels will appear unto you which you desire, which you shall entertain with a chaste communication, and license them to depart. Now the layman which is used to invoke any good spirit must be made after the following manner, either in metal conformable or in new wax mixed with convenient spices and colors, or it may be made with pure white paper with convenient colors, and the outward form of it may be either square, circular, or triangular, or of the like sort, according to the rule of the numbers, in or character of 6 corners. In the middle thereof write the name and character of the star, or of the Spirit his governor, to whom the good spirit that is to be called is subject. And about this character let there be placed so many characters of 5 corners, or pentacles, as the spirits we would call together at once. But if we should call only one, nevertheless there must be made 4 pentagons, wherein the name of the spirit or spirits with their characters are to be written. Now this layman ought to be composed when the moon is in her increase, on those days and hours which agree to the spirit, and if we take a fortunate planet therewith, it will be the better for the producing the effect, which table or layman being rightly made in the manner we have fully described, must be consecrated according to the rules above delivered. And this is the way of making the general table or layman for the invocating of all spirits whatever, the form whereof you may see in plates of pentacles, seals, and laymans. We will yet declare unto you another rite more easy to perform this thing. Let the man who wishes to receive an oracle from a spirit be chaste, pure, and sanctified. Then a place being chosen pure, clean, and covered everywhere with clean and white linen, on the Lord's day in the new of the moon, let him enter into that place clothed with white linen. Let him exorcise the place, bless it, and make a circle therein with a consecrated coal. Let there be written in the outer part of the circle the names of the angels, in the inner part thereof write the mighty names of God, and let be placed within the circle at the four parts of the world the vessels for the perfumes. Then being washed and fasting, let him enter the place, and pray towards the east this whole psalm. Blessed are the undefiled in the way, etc. Psalm 6. Then make a fumigation, and deprecate the angels by the said divine names, that they will appear unto you, and reveal or discover that which you so earnestly desire, and do this continually for 6 days washed and fasting. On the 7th day being washed and fasting, enter the circle, perfume it, and anoint thyself with holy oil upon the forehead, eyes, and in the palms of both hands, and upon the feet. Then with bended knees, say the psalm aforesaid with divine and angelical names. Which being said, arise and walk round the circle from east to west, until thou shalt be wearied with the giddiness of thy head and brain. Then straightway fall down in the circle, where thou mayest rest, and thou wilt be wrapped up in an ecstasy, and a spirit will appear and inform thee of all things necessary to be known. We must observe also that in the circle there ought to be 4 holy God. I, the minister and faithful servant of the Most High, conjure ye, let God himself, the existence of existences, conjure ye to come and be present at this operation. I, the servant of God, most humbly entreat ye. Amen. After which thou shalt incense it with the incense proper to the planet and the day, and thou shalt replace the book on the aforesaid table, taking heed that the fire of the lamp be kept up continually during the operation, and keeping the curtains closed. Repeat the same ceremony for 7 days, beginning with Saturday, and perfuming the book each day with the incense proper to the planet ruling the day and hour, and taking heed that the lamp shall burn both day and night, after the which thou shalt shut up the book in a small drawer under the table, made expressly for it, until thou shalt have occasion to use it, and every time that thou wishest to use it, clothe thyself with thy vestments, kindle the lamp, and repeat upon thy knees the aforesaid prayer, Adonai, Elohim, etc. It is necessary also in the consecration of the book to summon all the angels whose names are written therein in the form of litanies, the which thou shalt do with devotion, and even if the angels and spirits appear not in the consecration of the book, be not thou astonished thereat, seeing that they are of a pure nature, and consequently have much difficulty in familiarizing themselves with men who are inconstant and impure, but the ceremonies and characters being correctly carried out, devoutly, and with perseverance, they will be constrained to come, and it will at length happen that at thy first invocation thou wilt be able to see and communicate with them. But I advise thee to undertake nothing unclean or impure, for then thy importunity, far from attracting them, will only serve to chase them from thee, and it will be thereafter exceedingly difficult for thee to attract them for use for pure ends. End of the book, The Sacred Magic of Abramelin the Mage.